Martha, Margaret, Stephanie, good, welcome. So we're still, I see Craig. Yep, I see Craig. So we're still waiting for Graham Archer.
We're live on the channel and YouTube.
All right, thank you. I'm still just going to hold on for another moment or two to see who is going to join us.
Is anybody just in the attendees? I'll check.
Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. Yeah, I see we're already up to 100, so that's a good thing.
I'm over there, yeah.
Oh, good. I see lots of teachers with us.
Is Marianne Hartman coming over?
Nope.
Okay.
How about Mary Beth Shea?
If principals are in attendance, I did ask permission of the chair that if they wish to speak, if they raise their hand, we would move them over.
Okay.
There's just so many people on the panel tonight that they are part of my leadership team, and if they choose to speak, I'd like that to be granted.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 7:03. This is the Swampscott Public Schools School Committee meeting on Wednesday, February 24th, 2021. It's 7:03. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I see that there are a lot of people joining us on the participants, so I want to acknowledge that, appreciate that, and hope that people will continue to join in. We're going to run this meeting a little bit differently than usual, so bear with me if I get a little bit turned around. I'll just ask for your patience. And tonight we are going to jump right into our Director of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Bacon, as I know this is a topic that everybody is very anxious to hear about.
Can you enable the screen sharing, please?
Can you do it now?
Yep. Okay, here we go. Well, thank you, everyone. The school committee's asked me to come back and share with you the mid-year data in terms of how we're doing this year with at least the academic part of our student learning that's taking place in Swampscott. So I thought I'd begin by just reminding you of what the issues were last fall when I did a data check-in I think it was either in October or early November, where I shared some of the data that was concerning to us about where our students were after they had been, starting to learn remotely since last March, and they had just returned to school. So most of this data reflects data that was collected in September and early October. So at that time, more than half of our elementary students were reading below grade level. A little more than a third were at risk for not meeting grade level benchmarks in elementary mathematics, compared to only less than a fifth, or about a fifth in the prior year, the prior fall. And at that time, high school faculty were reporting that a very large proportion of their students were disengaged with classes, and middle school less so, but still a significant concern about student disengagement. And again, this was all while we were in the remote learning period in the fall. So these kinds of things raised some really serious concerns for us about the effectiveness of our learning model in the spring, and especially the need to change our learning model in the fall so that we could sort of recoup some of the losses and disengagement that was apparent in the spring and during remote learning in the fall. So I just wanted to share with you the kinds of things that we've been doing since then. So the major thing we did was switch to a hybrid model of learning in late October, which offered 2 days a week for most students in the district of in-person learning, and then 3 remote days. And at the same time, we started offering 4 or 5 days of in-person learning for all students on individual education plans, students with disabilities. After that, we started to offer 4 days a week of in-school instruction to other struggling learners as well, beginning in November, more coming on in December, more in January. And that's an effort that continues as building principals continue to identify students who are struggling, and if there's space available, invite them to come in for in-person learning 4 days a week. We also implemented our typical math and reading tutoring for grades 1 to 4. That's something that we did pre-COVID and we continue to do this year. But we supplemented that with additional tutoring to help our students, especially during the times that they were learning remotely, not just remote learning students, but those hybrid students who have to learn remotely 3 days a week for K to 12. And so to date, we've served 65 students through that program. We've also assigned case managers to work with families whose students were really very seriously disengaged, because sometimes it's a family issue. So we have caseworkers going out to families' homes and meeting with them on Zoom to try to figure out what we can do to better enable them to support their students learning at home. We put together a credit recovery boot camp for 10th to 12th graders who are behind on credits to try to get them back on track for on-time graduation. We have some supplemental tutoring that's offered actually in Boston through the METCO program for our METCO students. And we also invested in some significant professional development on an approach to teaching and learning that's called Universal Design for Learning, which is something that we were planning to do anyway, even prior to COVID for this school year, but it became increasingly important to diversify the ways that we teach and the access we give students to the curriculum. So we've spent so far this year, we're wrapping up, we have one more session next week, and now we will have delivered 18 hours of professional development to all our educators in the district. So where are we now? I'd like to share some updated data that comes from our K-4 reading assessments and math assessments. And we have some metrics now to look at for the students who are receiving D or F on their progress reports and report cards at the middle school and high school. And we feel that that's a good indicator of students who are really not achieving an adequate mastery of the material as they're moving through the course of the year. So first, the elementary reading assessments. So in this particular reading assessment, it's called iReady. When we get the results, the students are placed into one of 3 tiers. Tier 1 students in this particular assessment are students who are reading at or above grade level for wherever they are. So if they're in the middle of the first grade, they're reading like a typical middle of the first grader compared to a nationwide data sample. And the target is, we would hope that in a good year, that 80% of our students would be in tier 1 without any kind of intervention. This is the first year that we've used this assessment. So unfortunately, we don't have any data to compare it to from last year. But what you can see in this graph is the fall data is in blue in terms of the numbers of students in tier 1, which would mean on grade level, tier 2, which would mean like 1 grade level below, and tier 3, which would be 2 or more grade levels below. So that data, you can see the blue in the fall and the green in the winter. So the number of students in the categories that we'd be concerned about, tier 2 and tier 3, have decreased quite significantly. And the number of students who are now reading at a grade appropriate level for the middle of their grade year is up to 61%. So we're definitely making some serious gains in our reading assessment. I was going to share with you additionally some individual, I don't know why it's not moving. I'll have to do it this way. Just individual data by grade level. These are sort of bars that exist in another report, so it's not very well labeled, but I pulled them out to just make it efficient for you to look at. So the bar indicates the green is the number of the proportion of students at that grade level who were tier 1 in the fall. So in the fall in kindergarten, 51% of the students were coming in reading with reading skills typical of a beginning kindergartner. And 49% were at tier 2, which is the yellow. And then by winter, 79% of our kindergarten students were reading as a typical mid-year kindergarten student. So we've made excellent progress at kindergarten in terms of what we would expect. And I'd stress that that's with no extra intervention. That's just our regular classroom instruction doing its work. We haven't provided any intervention to kindergarten at all yet. That's typical of what we do for kindergartners. We kind of wait for them to get settled, learn the routines, and then after the mid-year assessments is when we start providing some supplemental instruction, this time to that 21% of students who are not quite where they need to be. And you can see grade 1, which was the most concerning grade in the fall, has made, again, very significant progress in terms of the number of students who are now reading at grade level. The little tiny red bands at the end are the students who are tier 3, who are 2 or more grade levels below. And so I'll just quickly go through the slides for each grade level. And you can see that at every grade level, we've made quite a bit of progress in terms of bringing kids out of tiers 2 and 3 and into tier 1. So that's grades 2 and 3. And here's grade 4. A little bit less progress than we would hope to see, but still definitely moving in the right direction. And again, it's unfortunate we don't have any prior year data to compare this to, but at least we're definitely moving in the right direction, and sometimes very significantly, particularly at grades, the early grades. So next is our elementary math data. And here in this math assessment, which comes from a different vendor, the tiers mean something slightly different. So here, a tier 1 student is a student who's judged to be on track for meeting the end of year grade level expectations in terms of mathematic knowledge. So you can see again, same color scheme in the fall, that's where we were in terms of the numbers or the percentage of students at each tier. And in the winter, we've made some significant progress, again, in shifting the students upward. Just like the reading assessment in a normal year, we would hope to get 80% of students into tier 1 without intervention. That would be our goal. And this year, obviously, we've had quite a bit of intervention. But another thing that was really interesting when I was able to look deeper into some of the math data is that we found no difference between the probability that a student who received hybrid instruction would be achieving tier 1 status or on track to meet grade level end of year benchmarks and remote students. So at the elementary level, at least in mathematics, we did not see any difference. I've not yet had a chance to merge the 2 different data sets that need to come together to look at that in reading. But I imagine this is a pretty good indicator of the impact of hybrid versus remote at the elementary level. And it was interesting to note, and you'll see this in a minute, I'll not see that exactly, but some grade levels actually did better in the winter assessment this year than they did in the winter assessment last year. Particularly, I think it was grades 2 and 3. I'll look it up for you. I have it in my notes. Yeah, grades 2 and 3. So, you know, grades 1 and 4 did a little bit worse, like a 70% were at tier 1 for grade 1 in 2019. Here we are for 2019-20 in the winter, and now we're at 67%. So they're not hugely different. But in grade 3, for example, it was 71% were at tier 1 in the middle of last year before COVID. And this year we have 79% of our 3rd graders at tier 1 instructional levels in the mid-year assessment. And that's really encouraging too. Again, we don't have the same comparative data for reading, but the fact that we're sort of keeping pace of where we were last year, and in some cases doing better than we were last year, lets us know that our instruction is strong. And then again, people were interested in for me to show you all the grade by grade data. One thing I would point out here, which is somewhat of a different statistics, and you see the fall and the spring. Again, these pyramids come from the software that generates them, so they're not as clear, I think, as the actual data, which you can see down below here in terms of the numbers of students and the percent of students that are falling into each tier, and you can see the growth. This other statistic I've included on these slides is something called student growth percentile. And that's basically an indication of how fast are these students growing relative to their peers. And these are medians. So of all the students who scored in tier 3 in kindergarten in the fall, half of them grew more rapidly than their peers across the nation, because the median is 50% here, or the SGP, the median student growth percentile, and half of them grew less slowly. So a good rule of thumb is this is kind of average progress for our tier 3 students. But when you see the tier 2 students, those are students who are somewhat below where they need to be. They have grown at a higher rate. So once you get up to rates of growth around 55, 60 and above, that's indicating that we're making really good progress with those students in terms of closing gaps. So I'll just go through this series of slides quickly. There's one for each grade level. So kindergarten, you can see the student growth and the general change, and now we're at 70% in tier 1. Grade 1, we're at 67% in tier 1. Again, the tier 2 students, those are the ones that are easiest to move with a little intervention. And that's who we focused our math interventions on. They're growing at an excellent rate. Grade 2 is even better. Grade 3 also has excellent growth, particularly at tier 2, where we've focused our interventions. And here's grade 4. So we have a little more work to do there, but still always forward movement. So that's the elementary data. Does anybody have any questions before I move on, actually? Or do you want me to just keep going? I can't see your hands, so maybe someone could.
School committee, I see Ted, go ahead.
On the caseworkers, I know that's a new position. Do you have any metrics on that for budget purposes? But more importantly, how many kids the case managers are serving?
I meant to look that up to be able to put it in the slide, and I just didn't. I ran out of time. I would say it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 families, K to 12. We sort of rolled it out. We started it at the high school, and then we've rolled it down to the middle school, and we just added a few families that were identified by the building principals at the elementary. So I think it's about 20 families total that we're reaching out to, and we have 2 caseworkers, one dealing with high school and one dealing with K to 8. And they're not full-time. They're part-time people that are grant funded, specifically to try to re-engage families that are having some serious difficulties getting their students to engage with learning this year.
Thank you.
John?
Hi, Dr. Bacon. Actually, I just have a clarification question for you, just on the term disengaged. And I'm sure you covered that definition in the last presentation, but I just wondered if you could give a refresher, please.
So when I talked about the data that the high school and middle school principals had provided back in October when we were putting this presentation together, they all had sort of slightly different definitions of disengaged, but it encompassed things like students not showing up for their Zooms, students not turning in their work, students not turning in the work that's of like sufficient quality. So there were different things that they looked at in a sort of more holistic way. They got input from the students' teachers, and they had these big grids of, spreadsheets that we went through together to identify students who were disengaged in one or more thing. Yeah, so basically not showing up, not attending school. Some students are just sort of AWOL. And we have had very little contact with the families despite multiple means and efforts to outreach. So, eventually that's why we decided to hire the caseworkers, because we just needed to send somebody to knock on the door.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm just going to jump in for a moment, Dr. Bacon, and ask the audience, please, to hold off on using the chat function. It's usually not on. It makes for a very confusing meeting here on our side. So nobody's going to be checking that chat box. I do see numbers popping up indicating that it's being used, but we're not going to be going through that. We don't have anybody who can be dedicated to that and still be paying attention to what's happening on the meeting itself. So sorry. Dr. Bacon, I have a question for you. The the 65 struggling students that you identified, do we have, are there more? Should we be expanding that? Do we have enough resources? Do you feel like you have what you need in order to meet the needs of these kids?
I think we have enough resources. That's not the issue. Again, we're sort of taking a look at that COVID tutoring program right now. I actually have some meetings set up in the next few days to really look at the data, because one of the things that the tutors have been telling us is, despite our efforts and multiple efforts to get the students to engage, and we engage with the parents as well, to try to say, this is really important, it'll help get your student on track. There's some students who are, even though they're being offered this service, are not showing up for their Zooms with their tutors. So we do the best we can in terms of engaging them through multiple means, but we can only do so much. So I think that, again, and we're looking very closely at the data to figure out for whom is this really paying off and working. And then we're going to, because again, we just got all this sort of mid-year data in, we're going to look again, especially around the grades at middle and high school, and think about whether there are additional students who could use the services of support tutors. So I think if the students engage with the support tutor, it can be very effective, but there is a persistent problem with students not even engaging with the support tutors.
And would you say that that is a function of the hybrid and remote learning, or is that something that would be happening in a normal year?
Certainly, a big, and you'll see the data when I get to middle and high, a big piece of it would be happening in a normal year anyway, right? When we don't have these kinds of support tutors in a normal year. But there's always some proportion of students who are just not engaged with education, whether it's in person or hybrid or remote.
Dr. Bacon, are any of these tutors in person, or are they all remote?
They're all remote. There's one tutor who works at the high school that I think is partially in person for some students.
Is that something you're looking at to see, like, would people maybe engage if they could come into the building and have, in-person tutoring?
I mean, I think that if they're in the building, obviously we have a captive audience, right? But even I think the middle school and high school folks will tell you that even with a captive audience, sometimes kids are just not ready to learn. The major issue that we've had with the tutoring, and the reason it is remote, and even our tutoring that is normal school day in-person tutoring, that the tutoring we typically give for mathematics and reading in K-4, that is also largely remote because there's no space in the school for a tutor to meet with a student. There's just no room physically in the schools. So even the people who normally in a normal school situation would be meeting in person can't meet in person. They have to deliver their services virtually.
Even at the high school, and even at the high school where it's so thin meaning the population? Like there's not a
I
lot.
think that's something we'd have to ask Mr. Kohut. And then, there's also the issue of getting the tutor schedules and the student schedules to match. And a lot of our tutors are not people who are local. When we put out a call, with most of the candidates we get are somewhere else, and they are able to work remotely for us. When we actually tried to hire people, when we try to hire a teacher or people to work physically, we've had a tutor position, an in-person, theoretically, tutor position open at Stanley since early in the fall, and we haven't been able to fill it. There just are not people who want to come in and work in the schools. So I think that offering the remote tutoring is the best we can do. And clearly for some students, it's really making a difference. Not for every student we've tried to offer it to, but for a significant proportion of them.
All right, I have a question about the data itself in terms of if you go back a few to, I think it was the iReady bar charts, where you showed this progression and how, or even here where you see this change from one to the next. Do you see this sort of as a potentially a steady trajectory where the kids just kind of keep on working, or is this one of those things that all of a sudden it clicks and towards the end of the year, you get a higher, a higher bump. I guess that what I'm asking is, where do you anticipate this to wind up by the end of the year if you had a crystal ball?
Well, I would hope that the progress that's been evident thus far, we would continue to make progress. Right? Because, if you think about it, if you come in and everybody's kind of in a tier and everybody kind of learns in an average way, then the bar graphs would look exactly the same. The tier 1 students would remain tier 1, the tier 2 students would, and they grow, because every time they take an assessment, what they need to produce changes. So the expectations for an incoming first grader in terms of what they're expected to know to be judged as tier 1 in the fall is very different than what they're expected to know and be able to do in the winter when they're judged to be tier 1. So it's not like there's an end of year thing and they just keep getting closer to it. The bar keeps moving. Every time there's an assessment, the bar is higher. So the fact that we're now so much better than we were in the spring in terms of the kids who are meeting the middle of their grade standard is very encouraging to me.
So it's not just that they've gotten closer to that goal, but that they've moved along the spectrum.
Yes, exactly, because the goal keeps changing. The goal keeps getting further and further away every time you take an assessment. Because the expectations of what you know at the beginning of first grade are very different than the expectations of what you should know in the middle or at the end.
All right, Ms. Marshall, I see your hand up.
Thanks. I was just going to ask, you said that in a normal situation, you would want the tier 1 to be around 80%. And clearly we're not there, but we're getting close in some of them. But in a normal year, would you see that percentage lower in the beginning of the year and then creeping up, or would it start at 80 and you'd be trying to stay there? Does that make sense?
Ideally, that's the rule of thumb, is that, in these kinds of nationally normed assessments, if you're delivering high quality tier 1 basic classroom instruction, you would expect 80% of your kids to be on grade level, because you're always going to have some number of kids who are going to be below grade level or off track for a variety of reasons, right? But the general rule of thumb in education is that good quality tier 1 instruction, you should have 80% of your kids on grade level. So if we were doing everything perfectly, we have no control what kids come into K with us, right? But if we did our job in K, then at the beginning of grade 1, 80% of the kids ideally should be scoring, yes, I am the beginning of the grade 1 reader. And that would sort of continue. And then every year you try to chip away at that 20%, through your interventions and your extra services, you try to chip away at that 20% of kids who doesn't make progress at the same rate as their peers.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out then is how, I know we don't have iReady data from previous years because it's new, but how off do you think we are from previous years, even with whatever we were using prior? Do you think were we normally at that 80 or higher? And we can
not necessarily, no, because we haven't used this before. I mean, that's just sort of the rule of thumb to get, just to give people a sense that, like, the fact that kindergarteners, 79% of the kindergarteners are reading like a mid-year kindergartner, and we've done absolutely no reading intervention with kindergarteners yet. That says that we have really strong, high quality instruction by our kindergarten classroom teachers, that even in the face of hybrid and remote learning, they're getting kids to where they need to be. So that's very reassuring to me.
So that dovetails with what Ms. Sheehan, who is a first grade teacher, I think, over at Stanley, that's what she said in December when she was talking about how intense the instruction is when they are in class.
Right.
Ted, I see your hand up.
So just a couple of questions. Is this presentation going to be available for, like, the parents eventually, like this week?
That's really up to this. It's a question to ask the superintendent.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delano, say that again.
The presentation, just for the takeaways for the parents, is Is this going to be available for them?
Well, it is linked to the agenda and the agenda is public. So, yes, I
Okay.
can, and I can certainly, anyone can access the school committee agenda right now and click on this report, but we can also make it available through my superintendent's blog that pops up on the main website. So we can do it multiple ways.
Thank you. Just a couple other points. I understand that the kindergartners and what you were saying in regards to the reading and they're dynamic. They're learning on the fly. I think a lot of the credit also is to the parents, right? Not only do we have great educators, but we have parents at home that are juggling a lot of things. So if I had say I had a third grader that needed an assist, and if we can back it a little bit for a tutor, say both reading and math.
Mhm.
I've got a third grader that is in trouble. Can you walk me through what we do for that third grader?
So right now, if they meet the sort of the cutoffs, because we have like criteria about who needs services. So we have both reading and math tutors and specialists at the elementary level. And they would receive in math, our current model is they receive 2 half-hour interventions a week, usually in a small group of 2 or 3 students. Plus, this year we've changed the model a little bit so that there's a lot of communication with the parents. So every week the tutors are sending home, this is our goal for this week. This is the kind of thing you could be doing at home to help support your students achieving that goal this week. So we're really trying to engage with the parents much more than we have in the past. I think in reading, typically they get 3 days a week of half an hour.
Okay.
And sometimes 4, depending on the level of need. So we have a little bit more staffing in reading than we do in math to deliver interventions. So we're able to do a little bit more on the reading side.
And that's all via Zoom.
Some of the reading takes place in person,
Okay.
depending on the building. But all the math is taking place virtually. And there's still more data I have to share. So do you want me to continue or?
Yeah, why don't we hop back into, unless, Suzanne, are you okay holding off, or does it make sense to ask your question now?
No, go ahead, keep going.
Okay.
Okay, there's just a couple more things. So this is the mid-year data from the high school. And the best way we have to sort of track student progress at the middle and high school at the moment is through the numbers of students or the proportion of students who are earning D's or F's on their report cards. So you can see in the fall, the green again is this year, the blue is last year. We were slightly higher in Q1, which ended, I think, in the beginning of November in terms of the numbers of students who are earning D's or F's, or the proportion of students. This year in Q2, we're actually doing better than we did in the end of Q1 in January pre-COVID. So again, this is very encouraging that we're not very far off of where we are in a typical year. And actually we're at the high school this year doing a little better than we did last year as a typical year in terms of the students who are earning D's and F's. And another thing, unlike the elementary school, where at least in the math data, there was no difference in performance between students who are in hybrid and remote modes of learning, there's a little bit of a difference at the high school. So hybrid students, 19% of them received 1 or more D or F, and 24% of our remote learners earned 1 or more D or F for Q2. So that's where we are at the high school. And then the middle school is a little bit of a different picture. And I changed the colors here because this is not necessarily the trend we'd like to see, but it is something that we need to just keep an eye on, but not get, I wouldn't get so overly concerned about it. I'll try to explain why. So again, we only have 1 actual report card. Progress reports are these sort of snapshots we take in time, but then they disappear. So I can't retrieve last year's data on the progress reports, but I could retrieve last year's data in trimester 1, which ended at the beginning of December. So in 2019, pre-COVID, 10% of our middle school students earned a D or F at the end of the first trimester, and this year it was 20%. So double the amount of last year. But I think it's important to keep in mind that this this was at the beginning of December. We'd only been back in hybrid learning for a month at that point. The kids had been out of school, since March and doing remote learning from March all the way through the end of October. So I wouldn't necessarily expect to see a big, this is kind of like that Q1 data for the high school, this is really the effect of like the fully remote learning and the spring and coming back to school and trying to get back into the swing and us starting to put in some supports. What was a little bit concerning is that at progress report 2, we're still sort of seeing the same thing in terms of the proportion of students who were kind of in trouble midway through the term. So term 2 closes in a couple weeks in the middle of March. So we'll be really interested to look at that data and see if we're doing better. And we've gotten this 20% of our students earning a D or F down somewhat since trimester 1. So that will be the trend that we're looking to see when the trimester 2 data comes out in a couple weeks. And here we did see at the middle school a somewhat bigger gap between the proportion of hybrid students who are earning Ds and Fs, 13%, and the proportion of remote students. And that's just based on our T2 progress report. So I sort of did that analysis just for T2. So somewhat more of a difference at the middle school in terms of the impact of hybrid or the association between mode of learning, hybrid versus remote, and the performance on the assessments.
I see the superintendent has her hand raised. You're on mute.
Just wanted to chime in because I see Mr. Kalishman as an attendee. And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Bacon, you can correct me that, following that first report card is when the middle school administrators really worked hard to bring, I think it was almost 40 more students in person. And so my expectation, and I would imagine the administrators' expectation, is that because they saw this data, 41, Mr. Kalishman just corrected me, not 40, 41 students were additional students were brought in. So I am really curious to see if this percentage goes down significantly because there was such a discrepancy between hybrid and remote students, and we got such a significant population of more students in the buildings in excess capacity. So I just think that's important to note as well.
Suzanne?
I was just wondering on this data, can some of this be attributed to the number of people that are remote? Like, I don't know if there's just a few people remote and they're doing poorly, that percentage, could be inflated. And then I was wondering, my second part of that question is, it might be too early to look, but is there a way to tell if the poor performance can be attributed to sort of some disengagement and not showing up for things or not turning things in versus trying it and failing it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the case. Because the kids who we started tutoring in January at the middle school were students who were identified by their teachers as disengaged for those reasons, and they also have Ds and Fs, right? So there's definitely an association between, not showing up and not doing the work and earning a D and F. And I think that, and again, there's enough remote students. It's not like we're talking about there's only 10 remote students and 2 of them got one F. There's a significant chunk of remote students at every level. So I don't think that that's a particular concern of an unusually small sample. Clearly, there's fewer remote students than there are hybrid students. But there's certainly enough of that.
I was just curious, like sometimes you see percentages and you don't know what the N is, and it just confuses things. But no, I just appreciate knowing that.
Yeah, I mean, at the middle school at the moment, and I think it was a little bit higher. I just looked it up for somebody. I think it was there's 30% of the population, I believe, is remote, and 70% are in person. Right. So that's a big chunk of those 700 students.
I have promoted Mr. Kalishman to panelist because he had quite a few things to say. So with the permission of the chair, if Mr. Kalishman could speak.
Of course. Welcome, Mr. Kalishman.
Hi, everybody. No, I just want to say another factor that we forgot to mention was that we started live Zooming after that first trimester. And I think that's going to sort of help the data as well moving forward, because now kids are supposed to be attending class every single day for every single class. That was happening in pockets before. It was happening just in ELA and math. Now we have 5 through 8, every single class live Zooming, with the exception of phys ed when they're outside. But just to piggyback on what Dr. Bacon was saying and to answer Suzanne's question, yeah, the vast majority of the D's and the F's are kids that are just disengaged, and we're working, we're making calls every day to try to get those kids engaged. So,
Mr. Kalishman, just to clarify, so the setup in the middle school now is that whether or not you're at home or you're in school, you are in front of the teacher.
exactly.
Okay.
So from 8 to 12:30, whether you're cohort A or B, you're either in person live or you're streaming live. And then you have the opportunity in the afternoon from 1:30 to 2:30 for extra help and advisory
That's great to
for
hear.
everybody. Yep.
That's great to hear.
And we did do some other digging into this data to see if we could see any patterns. But I looked and there was no difference there's some difference by grade level. So 5th graders were about half as likely as 6th, 7th, or 8th graders to receive a D or an F. So the 5th graders are doing a little bit better. But the subject area really didn't matter, all the core subject areas. And this is actually it looks like it's a lot here, but a lot of these students are getting multiple D's and F's, because if you look by subject area, it ranges for any subject in any of the core subjects between 10 and 13% of all the grades given in that subject at trimester 1 were a D or an F. So that means 90% of the grades in math, English, social studies, science are a C or better. So 90% of the students or 90% of the grades are showing a good or an excellent amount of learning. And it's only 10% that are problematic. And again, the 20% of the students who are doing that are because some of the students are receiving multiple D's and F's.
Ted, I see you with your hand raised.
And the one,
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Bacon.
Go ahead,
I was just
Dr.
going to finish up the last slide. Should I
Please
do
do.
that first, or?
Yes, please do.
Yeah. So one of the things that we when I looked at a variety of different things in this data, one of the things that did stand out to me that Ms. Raymond and I agreed we should share with the community is the disproportionate challenges that are faced by our students on individual education plans. And so I've looked at this. I haven't broken down the elementary data that way. That's sort of my next task. But at least at the middle school and high school, on this graph, you can see, again, that numbers for 2019, 2020 are in the blue. This first set is the middle school students who are not on IEPs, students without disabilities. And then these are the ones for the students with disabilities. So just looking at these first 2 sets of bars, you can see that in every year, the students with disabilities are about twice as likely as students without disabilities to, 8% versus 20%, say for last year, or this year, 18% of students without disabilities versus 40% of students with disabilities to earn a D or an F.
So I'll ask the question that's sort of like what Suzanne asked before, which is what, in terms of how big the pool is, how many ballpark kids in our are on IEPs versus not? Like
17% of the students district-wide.
Okay.
So it's about a little over 100 at both middle school and high school. out of
Yeah,
about-
it's like 118 or something when I did the stats for the middle school.
Okay.
And you see the same pattern at the high school. And we did want to point out that this pattern was true before it's the same pattern as you see last year. Again, it's been exacerbated a little bit, or to some extent, by the pandemic when you compare last year to this year, right? So we've doubled the number at the middle school of IEP students who are receiving a D or an F. At the high school, it's the same last year and this year. but it is something that's concerning to us and that we're thinking about different ways to address. But it is a disproportionate impact, but it's something that predated COVID. So we just wanted you to be aware that this is something that we're working on. Do you want to add anything, Ms. Raymond?
I think, what you were saying is obviously it was a problem prior in that there's been some systematic, and I know, Gina, you're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing. I don't know, did you talk about the innovations program or?
Mr. Kalishman talked about it last meeting.
So there are system changes that we will address this issue for sure. I think that the exacerbation of the pandemic is because even though we've had our students with disabilities in school, they're still experiencing, on the most part, a hybrid learning environment, right? Because even though they may be in school 2 days a week, but the other days they're actually in a learning center getting supported access to their live Zooms. So they're more proportionally impacted by that for sure. But this was in play in middle and high school prior. So we know there's a more systems issue occurring that has to be addressed in a different fashion, not just because of the pandemic. And it's being addressed.
All right, Ted and then Suzanne.
I think that's it. Oh,
Can you go back to that
pause
middle
again?
school?
Yep.
So how about the one prior? And I first of all, thank you very much for the data. And I think that's what drives everything that's going on. I am not critiquing any of the teachers, and I see Becca Buckland's here. I'm not critiquing that at all. What concerns me is 29% of the students on a D and an F, and the tier 1 trimester T2. I mean, it's more of a trend than a pattern. And I want to make sure that financially that you guys have every resource that you need. And what scares me is the 29% of the remote students with the DNF, right? But they're not, they have a disability and they haven't come over the threshold for an IEP. That's what scares me about that number. So is that at least?
There's not necessarily. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that something that is cognizant for everybody? Because for myself, I look at that number, 29% of the remote students, and I think you said multiple Ds and Fs on some, but that, and I know it concerns everybody, but that is like a number that I have a pit in my stomach about.
So, I mean, I guess what I would say is that, that's one of the reasons why we've invested in the universal design for learning, because I do think that is one critical factor to this, that we are investing in that professional development that we have this year, because this obviously was something that we knew about last year and actually did already start to get addressed this year through the professional development. There's also a shift, and it's kind of like shifting the Titanic in what and this again is universal design for learning, but how do students demonstrate their understanding of the material? So is that amount, or is that mastery of a standard? And so that is a real shift in thinking that we are working on with both the middle school and the high school, because actually we were talking about it today. Like, I am old and graduated from graduate school a long time ago. But in order for me to get my degree, I had two options, right? I could do a long-term project to demonstrate my mastery in special education, or take a 6-hour essay test. Now, I personally chose to take the 6-hour essay test, but lots of people wouldn't have chosen that. And so we're really trying to shift people's thinking into that manner. A lot of kids, the way kids are able to present the information and demonstrate their knowledge, and that's what the universal design piece is looking at, giving them multiple ways in order to demonstrate that. And so there are some system changes that Dr. Bacon's already put into play this year to address this.
Right, but it's not a quick fix.
No, that's why I was saying it's like shifting the Titanic. I mean, these are entrenched ways that we've, public school education has been working, right? And we're gaining more knowledge about the best way to do this. And so but it's a process.
Jason Kalishman, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, ma'am.
Go for it.
All right. So I was just going to say, Ted, I don't know if when you started talking about that 29%, you said that they were those aren't students on IEPs. Those are remote students.
No. I got that. I got.
Okay. All right.
My concern was the kids that has a disability, that's struggling, and I just don't. And I know that you don't want to, Jason. I know you have a great team, and it's very hard to talk about it because I don't want it to come off that everyone has the same passion, right? And I know you guys do. I just want to make sure that on anything that can be done to improve the numbers. I get it. It's COVID, it's remote, there's stressors, it is like a Titanic, but I just want to make sure that everyone is comfortable. The numbers are great. I love seeing numbers. I wish the numbers were a little bit different on the 29%, but I think that everything is working out. I'm just concerned about that.
In some respects, though, looking at the middle school and high school, especially this data, like we were looking at what do we expect 80% of students to be at a C or above, and Dr. Bacon can kind of look at that, and that's looking at the multi-tiered systems of supports model. And so we have about 20 to 23% who are in that tier 2, tier 3, which is not unusual. And basically it lets us know that, and that we have to put in more intensive supports for those students, for sure.
All right, I think that's an excellent point. That again, if you think about that, 80% of the kids are going to be okay with, high quality tier 1 instruction. And then 20% are not, and they need something more. And that's the 20% you're seeing here. The fact that it was only 10% last year is great. So that means whatever we had in place for those students who are now a little bit off the rails, whatever we were able to deliver last year when we were all in person, in the first trimester, those supports were working to push up that 80% to 90% of the students, or 90%, yes, 90% of the students being successful across the board in everything that they do.
I think I cut Jason off. You're on mute.
No, yeah, no, I was just going to say, like I said, I just want to kind of hammer home the point that of those 29%, the vast majority, it's an engagement issue. I mean, our teachers we're not waiting to get the D and the F to figure this out. I mean, I'm getting emails from team leaders constantly about, we need to try to reach this kid. Can we help reach this kid? And so we need, some of these kids, we need them to meet us halfway as far as just showing up.
Excuse me, Jason, can you share a recent story that to what lengths administrators are going to get kids engaged?
I mean, I know we're not technically making house calls, but we're going to people's places of employment and we're going to houses. So Jason
paid a visit to a place of employment the other day and visited parents who got their child on the phone in order to get them engaged. So when we talk about going to all lengths, those are the lengths that administrators are going to across the board to get students engaged.
Oh my God, I'm imagining myself in middle school and my principal showing up at my parents' work and the amount of trouble I would be in.
Thank you, Jason.
No problem.
Can I ask a question for Jason?
Sure.
I know we don't have the second trimester grades yet, but I was just wondering anecdotally if you have a sense of if the kids that have gone 4 days, if that's helping, or if the other measures are helping just when you're talking to teachers, and it sounds like you are doing that, but are you seeing more work is being turned in, or people are engaging more because they're in class and they're asking questions? Are you just getting a sense anecdotally that that's happening?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the kids that are in it's a little bit easier to keep your thumb on them and know what they're doing and realize what they're passing in and when they're engaged and not engaged. I would say it really comes down to the major issue with the remote students that aren't engaged. That's everybody else. We can come up with a plan for everybody else, but if they don't show up, it's tough. So
if you get a hold of them, it works. It's when you can't really get them.
Yep.
Okay, I just had one more just to wrap up here. So what have we learned from this? I think that we can say that we really do have some solid evidence that for middle school and high school, that the gaps that we were worried about in the fall are closing. And we're very hopeful that that same evidence will be forthcoming when we get the next trimester report cards out of the middle school. And the fact that there's in some pieces of evidence, we're actually doing better than we did pre-pandemic is very reassuring. That we're not in some alternative universe where education and learning is just sort of fallen off the rails, that we're actually able to do some things better with what we're doing. That at least for 5 to 12, hybrid learning does improve grades compared to fully remote learning, or you have a better chance of success if you're coming in at least a couple days a week. And that we do have this issue with academic performance for students with disabilities that we really are trying to attend to in multiple ways, not just things that we're doing through pandemic relief specific interventions, but things that we're doing much more systemically to help address that issue in the long run. So that's the end for me. And I'll stop sharing unless there's things that people want me to go back to.
School committee, anybody? We've been peppering you all along, so I'm surprised that there aren't.
Thank you very much.
I do have one question. You, at one point when we were talking about I don't know if it was the kindergarten or first grade data, I think it was kindergarten, you were talking about the fact that it takes so long for them to just get in and get into this routine. And so like you start really tracking a little bit later maybe than you would at other grades. Mm-hmm. So I asked this question, and maybe I should be holding this off for our next discussion about, getting back to school. But are we worried about the fact that they're going to have another transition coming up soon? When we start to change again, like
you mean when like they're more back in school?
Yeah. I mean, like, are they going to have another kindergarten experience when they move to first grade? And presuming that we're all in school, are they going to have that kind of like that those things that would normally happen in kindergarten? Do you expect that you'd be seeing them in first grade? Or I worry about these kids.
Yeah, the vast majority of them. I think in the fall when we first started hybrid, we only had 6 remote kindergartners in the whole district. Most kindergartners are coming in. I don't know what the number is today. I could look it up for you, but it's most elementary school, at least 80% of the elementary school students overall are still coming in. I know that. But particularly at kindergarten, I was struck by how few, and that's why we couldn't justify a remote teacher for kindergarten, because we only have 6 kids who are choosing to learn remotely. So most of the kindergartners have been coming in at least 2 days a week, if not more, since October. So I think that's, they've got those school routines, albeit they're COVID routines, and things are a little different now than they are when we don't have to wear masks and we don't have to stay 6 feet apart from each other. So there'll be some relearning of that. But
I was going to say, Jean, I agree with that. There's going to be a shift once we are not following some of the protocols that now have been in place for students for almost a year. There is going to be a transition and learning curve for everybody to re-engage, for sure. But that's going to be across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine for everybody, it's going to be hard to go back to a full day. That requires a level of stamina, especially for the little kids that they don't have or might not have. I don't know. Suzanne, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was just thinking like that bar graph that showed, that you were saying 80%, and then you sort of presume you start first grade. If you had a successful kindergarten year, you start first grade with a lot of like 80% at that tier 1 for the beginning of first grade. And I think on the graph this year, you saw it was 29%. And that sort of speaks to these kids started really far behind because of what happened last year. And hopefully next year we have 80% starting at tier 1. So they're already, I mean, that's the goal, right? I mean, it just seems like That's what we're working for? Does that make sense?
Yes, that's what the hope would be.
Right. And so I just think that that speaks to like letting the kids have some other transitional issues, because at least they're starting strong.
Mhm,
I guess that's what I was trying to say.
that makes sense. All right. Without any other questions, we're going to move along then. Is that okay, Dr. Bacon?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I don't have updates, and my plan for this part is to really dig into this question of about social distancing, address the survey that went out, and have a discussion with everybody who's here at the table. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to introduce everybody who is joining us, since we have a lot of new faces. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce everybody. I'm going to share the data and the results that we've gotten from our survey. I'm going to ask anybody who is joining us who might want to say something in particular or have a couple of slides that they want to share. I know I've spoken with a few of you about that. I want to give them the opportunity to talk. And then what I really want to do is have a genuine conversation where everybody who's sitting around here can speak, can be heard, and there's an opportunity for us to ask questions. And then from there, I am going to open it up to public comments before we take any action, if there is action to be taken, because I want the people who are here in the meeting to be able to make their voices heard. And I see that we've got, almost 200 people on Zoom watching, and I'm sure that there are others on YouTube. So I'm grateful for that. So I'm going to jump in and introduce the people who aren't usually with us. I'm just circling around my tiles to see. We have with us tonight Dr. Cheryl D'Souza, who is the school pediatrician and works closely, particularly this year, with our occupational health nurse, who is Amanda Mulcahy. I also have at the table Craig Harris, who is up at the high school, but I know works beyond those walls. He is our school psychologist. I have asked him to come here to talk about the other parts of what he's seeing in our students and their health beyond COVID. We also have members from our teachers union here, led by Rebecca Buckland. Also joining us are Margaret Ardman and Sue Comparato. Thank you for being here. We have Jeff Vaughn from our health department. I appreciate that you were able to join us. I know you had some conflicts. And we have Chief Archer here from the fire department, which might seem like a strange thing, but at the request of Amanda, we thought it made sense to invite him as the head of the COVID, I think it's the COVID response team. He leads that for the town, and so I think can provide sort of a good overview about what has happened and potentially what he sees coming down the pike. I don't see, I think she may have had to leave. I thought I saw Stephanie Goodman from the Board of Health. She might pop back on, but I don't see her at the moment. So with that, Suzanne, if you could pull up the data,
Madam Chair, I'd like to give a report on the commissioner's call prior to you diving into the discussion.
Okay, if that makes sense, I'll defer to you.
I think it does make sense before you get into your discussion, because this afternoon, close to 700 of us across the Commonwealth had a call with the commissioner following his announcement yesterday in the governor's press release about getting, and press conference about getting all our elementary kids back to school. And there was some follow-up today with information that I think is important to this conversation. I know there's a lot of teachers as attendees, and there's a nugget that I'd like to throw out there that I've already addressed. They're very much aware of the substitute teacher shortage that is occurring. And so they're working to create a listserv to reach out to people with bachelor's degrees, to create a listserv for substitute teachers. And if we were at all interested in participating, we were supposed to reach out to a gentleman, and I've already done so, to put our district on that list, because we do have a critical shortage of qualified substitutes. And it, you know, in a non-pandemic year, we have teachers that have illnesses. And so we are at a critical shortage of substitutes. And so I just want to put out there for all the teachers that are attending that our name is on this list. Hopefully we get a listserv, then we get a bunch of names that will go through our own individual local process, as we usually follow to hire substitutes. But with regards to the news that came out yesterday and the press conference from the governor and the commissioner, pretty much what we've talked about internally and as a school committee is that the plan is by the first week of April to begin rolling out 5 days a week for elementary students. And the commissioner's comment today was, this is not flicking a light switch. It is not going to happen overnight. It is something that is going to be phased. It is something that we've talked about internally, even phasing beginning with K1. I shared with the committee in July a social distancing table where we measured 3 feet, 4.5 feet, 6 feet in each of the classrooms. But it's a little bit null and void right now, because at the time those measurements were taken and those body measurements were taken for students, the classrooms were empty. And so now our administrative team and the senior custodians are going back with the floor plans from LBA, and we are currently measuring 3-foot distances, 4.5-foot distances, to see how many kids we would actually get into school in that manner. But from the current commissioner's directive, in changing the time on learning regulations that he's requesting in March from the Board of Education, it becomes law that we have to meet those time on learning standards. He adjusted them during the pandemic, and he's looking to go back to more time on learning hours. Therefore, we're going to be tied to getting more students in. And as I said, the elementary date is, he mentioned today, the first week in April. Middle school and high school dates would follow later. They would be tentative later in the spring, but the goal would be to phase in elementary students. His reason being, that is our hope, and it is the board's hope, that in September, we'll all be fully back in. And so any glitches that we have to work out, he would want worked out right now during the spring. In addition to that, parents would have the right to keep their kids remote just for the remainder of this year. And that's going to be a challenge if we get more kids back in school, how we manage those students that and families that wish to remain remote, but there'll be bumps, but we'll manage it. You know, he went so far as to say, you know, the president is talking about getting the elementary kids back in this first 100 days in office 5 days a week. And the school committee was ahead of the curve in terms of the parent survey, but the state and the commissioner and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, this is a directive. And so we're going to be moving in this direction anyway. But I think the takeaways for this is that it has to be phased in. It's not going to happen overnight. It is going to happen with our smallest ones, and we have some work to do. And we have a little bit of a gift of time. But his position in terms of working with the Board of Education to change the time on learning is significant, because it really puts districts in a position that we have no choice. And the other thing that he mentioned that is an aside from this is he's talking about they're going to be putting forth a document in the next few weeks for summer programs. They're calling it Summer Acceleration Academies for Learning Loss. And his suggestion is that it happen like a couple of weeks before school opens. So we've been talking a lot about our summer program, how we would make up the learning losses. And the state is working on that as well and trying to give us a tool and making it like a week of dedication to math, a week of dedication to reading. They're going to come out with some guidance for that. But I like the idea of having it occur at the end of the summer, right before school starts up. But so yesterday was a surprise to all of us superintendents. It is wonderful news in my eyes that, they are taking a position, and I just thought I'd share that with the committee before you start your discussion.
Yeah, everything changes on a dime, apparently. I am glad to have that support. And I think that will dovetail well into the data that we're about to look at. So let me share that and use that as a jumping off point.
All right, I'm going to try to share.
All right, if you hit present, perfect. All right, so
Where is it?
I think if you tap the down arrow,
Where is it? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
What just happened?
Sorry, I thought I had turned all those fades off. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to say that importantly, and I know that this can be a little bit confusing, particularly when you're not on the school committee or in administration. This survey was driven by the school committee. It's for our use. It was non-binding. It was really more of it to be able to take a temperature of the families in our community. It's not meant for the superintendent and her staff to make any decisions off of, but really to inform this conversation. Next.
I'm trying.
Sorry about this. I don't know.
I don't understand what's happening. I don't know why it's not going, Amy. Hold on, let me just try to.
I'm wondering if maybe somebody else.
Hold on. I don't understand how to.
So I'm just going to speak to the beginning parts because it's not data specific.
All right.
We're coming up on 1 year of not being in school as we know it. And while certainly there have been a number of kids who are back, there are a number of kids who are not. And I think it's important to recognize that a year ago, we did not ever think we were going to be in this place. And so that's part of the challenge in terms of creating these programs, is knowing for how long these things last. Is this something that, and now I think all Americans are like, well, who knows when it's going to end? But that's one of the challenges that we have faced. We know that there is absolutely no substitute for that in-person learning. I'm getting a note here, Suzanne, that says from Ms. Mackey that those transitions have been taken out. Give it a try again.
Okay, I'm trying.
I think importantly that this crisis is about more than COVID. Obviously, COVID is the factor, but what we're seeing as it relates to our kids is about more than keeping them COVID free, but about their health and welfare from their emotional and physical, mental standpoint.
Sorry, I'm really trying.
That's okay. So it's important for us to be looking at all of this and not simply as a procedure of keeping them COVID free. I'm on the previous.
All right, here it goes.
Parents in the last month have come to us, particularly our elementary school parents, just begging for more. They're at their wits' end. They need help. And you'll see the numbers really back that up. It's being compounded by the fact that we're seeing some communities around us getting back to in-person and more in-person learning. And so the rightful question is, why not us? And so we sent out this survey to understand all of our parent voices. The next slide. So the process here was it went out 3 times. We had a fabulous response. I was very happy to get 1,500 responses. There were probably a lot of people who were just like me who filled it out, because many of them filled it out and then filled it out again a few days later, having forgotten that they did that. So the first thing I had to do was get rid of a bunch of multiples and bogus. We had a couple of people who were tremendously funny with their submissions. And then I spent a fair amount of time sorting into, I had added an other, and I spent a fair amount of time figuring out where those should go, because they really ran the gamut. So in the end, I wound up with 1,358 usable responses, which is great. It's more than half of our kids. And so it really gives us data that that's usable. And I was very pleased to see that, as you can see by the numbers, almost an even split with all of the grades report. Everybody was answering this across the board from all schools, from all grades. And though it's broken up here with Clark, Hadley, and Stanley, if you aggregate those numbers, which we'll see in later slides, that gives about actually more of a response rate than the high school or middle school. So next one. So first, before we get into it, I want to say how I sorted out the data. The first was I created an undecided category. There were literally several people who just said undecided. There were many who said, well, it depends on what's happening with the pandemic. Many who said, well, it depends on the hours. I don't care. For example, I don't care if we go back at 3 feet as long as it's a full day. There were some who mentioned the vaccine. There were some who mentioned sort of how normal it would be when they're coming back. So I think that speaks a little bit to the hours. And then particularly at the high school level, what I heard more than a few times was it really depends on how many teachers are there, because they don't want to send their kids into school only to sit in the library and Zoom with remote teachers. I added a new category, which I appreciated because it was something that I did not expect at all, which was how many remote students would return at 3 feet. I think what drove this was that there are a number of students who are remote, not because of health reasons, but because of scheduling conflicts, or to the point of the high school, just not enough peers and teachers in school to want to go. And then last but not least, there were some answers that I just included into any of the others. And that had a lot to do with conversations that I had with parents, both by phone and email, to ask them to clarify or try to lean towards one or another, knowing that in fact, none of this is binding. So district-wide, as you can see, we've got about sorry, I have to make this a little bit bigger so I can see my numbers. We have about a 66% of people who would like to come back. I don't want to stay too much on this because it is just the district and you'll see that the schools are different. We did see that there are people who, if we close the distance down, that would prefer to go remote, but we also saw that there were some remotes that would return. As you can see, so of the currently 976 students who are hybrid now, who answered this, 103 would opt out. So that would be a 10% difference, but 25 would come in. So, relatively encouraging numbers. If you can go to the next one. So Martha, Raymond, I added this, even though you know what all the answers are here. I did not want to give the preschool short shrift. But all of them who are in will stay in. They are not concerned about the distancing, and those who are remote will stay remote. These are all special education students and follow Martha's lead. So the elementary school, this actually was our highest response rate. And as you can see, the highest, you'll see later on, these are the highest desires to return. We have hybrid who are at 76% wanting to return. Another 1% of people who are remote who would return because of the promise or the idea that there would be a more consistent and longer learning day. I spoke with a few parents whose children were at the Y. And, they were like, why would I take them out of that to, just to go part-time to school when they could just be full-time there? This is really consistent with the feedback that the school committee has been receiving. We have received a number of letters. One of them, I believe one of the parents is here tonight who's going to speak to it. But he was not alone. We have received a number of letters begging for more, pointing to a lot of data that's coming out across the country. And, I think that we've got to listen to those voices. Here, if you can go back one, you'll see that the kids there, the kids who are remote are going to stay remote, but there were a few hybrid students who said that they would go remote if it shrunk, but there were 5 other kids that came back. So, a delta of 23 kids. Next. Middle school, a little bit less. It's interesting that it falls sort of in between the numbers between middle school and high school. I think importantly, when the country's talking about elementary school, we've got 5th and 6th graders here who in many situations do fall into what's called elementary school. So I want to make sure that we're thinking about them specifically as we're talking about getting back. And that same sort of spot where we would have some kids, some who would choose to go remote, 42 of them and 7 of them returning. This surprised me the most. So this is almost a 50-50 split between who wants to come back and who wants to stay remote. And in some ways I'm not surprised, and in some ways I am. Many of them are not sending their kids, as I mentioned, because they just don't see a value of Zooming from school when they could be Zooming from home. I got a fair amount of pushback about kids who have more teachers out than in. And there's some frustrations there. I want to be clear and recognize that there are that there are teachers on leave, that there are medical issues that are impacting this, but from a student's perspective, it makes sense. There is also talk that there are lots of kids who are opting out of school so that they can play sports, and knowing that they won't impact, their teams won't have to be impacted in the same way that they would if they were actually in school. And there are lots of kids who are choosing not to go to school. And I wrote chicken and egg here because there are lots of kids who are choosing not to go to school because their friends aren't in school and their friends aren't in school. So they're not going to school. So, which comes first and what caused that. But I have heard more than enough stories about at the high school, kids sitting in classrooms of 1, 2, 3. And that's crazy to me. And I think it should be something that we talk about tonight. And I think I have one more slide.
It's
Nope.
not
I might have deleted it because it was sort of worked in throughout.
not there.
So this is the basic, this is the big picture. And, I think the big stories here really are, getting elementary back, a terrific demand, and the question about high school and how we manage what's happening, and something that we've sort of talked all along are, what are the silver linings here? And there might be some more at the high school perhaps than at the lower grades. I don't know. I don't want to be presumptuous. So there's our data. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who responded, because this conversation really would have been about a lot of, I'm hearing, or I've heard, and this actually gives us the opportunity to talk about real decisions. from there, I really want to, I think you can, unless anybody has any questions, I'll just close that data out.
Closed.
Okay. So, Karen, I see your hand up, and my intention was to turn this over to you as a way to sort of lead, begin the conversation. But I want to make sure that before we get too deep into it, I want to make sure that we hear particularly from Dr. D'Souza, Mr. Harris, I'm looking across my board, the teachers union, and the health department. So do you want to,
First.
yeah, why don't you hop in and then we'll make sure that we get to everybody.
You want me to, so I was just going, in order to get the ball rolling, sort of, I was just going to, talk a little bit about the 3 foot as a basis for the discussion. So we know that the spacing of 6 feet within a classroom is one of the big limiting factors to fully returning to school, because we just don't have buildings that can support, kids at that distance. So the theory being that altering that would get more kids into the building. It's obviously not the only factor to get us back, but it's one of the main ones. And back in the fall, we as a committee voted to follow the 6 foot guidance coming out of the CDC, because at that time, that was really sort of the prepondering, piece of information that everybody was following. And, we didn't know a lot. So since then, we've learned a lot about the disease. We've learned a lot about the impact of not being in school on kids. And, we've learned a lot about how this transmits in schools and how well our mitigation strategies are working. So I think, it's a good time to have this conversation. Obviously, the state's jumping in anyway, and the parents are, hammering for, we're all parents. I think we're all, interested in this. So DESE had recommended 3 to 6 feet all along, stressing that 6 feet is preferable, but acknowledging that it's not always feasible, and that 3 feet is still considered a safe and appropriate mitigation measure. That was reiterated in yesterday's press conference with the governor. Both Governor Baker and Commissioner Riley stressed that DESE defined the 3 foot measurement as effective and safe. And they cited several places, such as the World Health Organization that follows the 1 meter, which is roughly 3 feet. They've been doing that all along. Local infectious disease physicians and public health experts who put a report together and studied schools in the state who have returned at 3 feet and concluded that there had been exceedingly low COVID transmission rates in those schools. The Massachusetts chapter of the American Association of Pediatrics, who also stress getting kids back in school and talk about 3 feet as an acceptable measure, along with 6 feet where possible, and the governor's COVID-19 medical advisory board. So that is just what DESE is citing as the ability to use 3 feet. So just to summarize sort of what I'm taking away from DESE is that they're not advocating, obviously, to eliminate distancing as an important strategy, but rather that when you can't do 6 feet, 3 feet is valid physical distance for mitigation. They also stress that this is just one of the many layers of mitigation that work together, and that teachers and staff can still maintain 6 feet because for adults, that's more important. The CDC is still recommending 6 feet as the preferable distance, but they sort of qualify that with to the extent possible and kind of leave that up for interpretation. So they haven't changed their guidance, but it's not that helpful because they don't talk about what to do when it's not feasible. Beyond looking at that, I sort of spent a lot of time looking at the American Association of Pediatrics, not just the Massachusetts chapter, but the national chapter. And I found their COVID-19 guidance for safe school reopening to be really helpful. I mean, this is a group that is not an education-based group. It's doctors who, are just concerned with children's health overall. So, they had a really sort of measured, balanced approach. It was not dissimilar to DESE, but they spent a lot of time talking about sort of having that sort of balanced approach where, if you have a strict adherence to a certain number, you really may do detriment to, the students that you're trying to serve. So, if you are stuck at 6 feet, you may not be able to service all the kids. And we have found that, right? We can't fit them in the building. And so they were really suggesting that schools should weigh the benefits of strict adherence to 6 feet, between the students with the potential downside that we've seen from remote learning. They ultimately concluded, similar to DESE, that 6 feet should be used when possible, but do not have it be a limiting factor, that 3 feet is also, a safe and effective spacing, but with 6 feet for the adults, again, for teachers and staff. They said it could be that, you want to keep the larger distances for maybe high school students. But really what I found overall, looking at all these different places, is that, 3 to 6 was sort of, it seemed like it was becoming the more accepted physical distancing standard, allowing that, the adults in the building should probably remain at 6 feet from students and each other. And that, you would also have to look at things like, what would you do during snack and lunch when you're unmasked? And, keeping in mind that physical distancing, social distancing is just one piece of the whole puzzle, right? This is one strategy in a whole host of strategies that we're using to try to keep our students and our staff safe. So I just wanted that as a jumping off point, because people are like, why 3 feet? Why are you having this discussion? Where did it come from? And so I just wanted to give that background, and then, we can get into,
So with that, Karen, I'm actually going to throw this over to Dr. D'Souza. I saw you nodding at certain points, and I'm sure have been talking about this a lot.
So I think as parents, as educators, as school committee members, we have to weigh the risks and the benefits with any of the decisions that everybody is making. And I think the AAP and DESE have done a really nice job of weighing those two. What we're seeing in schools, and particularly in elementary schools, is we're seeing very little student-to-student transmission. Where we tend to see transmission, and we had in the fall, is sometimes with teachers and adult members in the school. So the student-to-student, particularly in the younger kids, we're not seeing a high rate of transmission, and we're also not seeing those kids getting truly ill. And that's certainly not across the board, but the rates of more severe illness are lower in kids. So I do think that the mental health, the well-being of these kids is suffering. And I think they need to go back to school. I really do. And I do think that the 6 feet would be the ideal distance in an ideal world, but we have to kind of look at what the actual world looks like, and do the best that we can for our kids. And the science says that 3 feet is a reasonable distance to maintain for children.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna turn this over to you, Mr. Harris, as a dovetail to what Dr. D'Souza is saying, I imagine.
Great. Can I share my screen?
Yes, let me do that. Okay, you should be able to.
So as I was thinking about mental health in terms of what we're facing right now, I was thinking it might be helpful to put it in terms of chronic stress. And what we're seeing with the pandemic mental health wise is something that I think, all parents out there, all teachers, and a lot of students are really feeling, that consistent sense of feeling pressured or overwhelmed over a long period of time. Now that we're approaching 1 year, I think we're all starting to really feel this chronic stress. And if we look at the symptoms, I think we can all see some common things that I think a lot of us are experiencing. And why I think it's important to talk about chronic stress in regards to the pandemic is because it changes what we would expect. If we saw, for example, a traumatic event, we would expect to see a rise in symptoms. And then we'd have some students who were sticking with it, and then some students who were able to recover and kind of go back. If you think about it and you think about when was the last time we had a chance to take a break, we, the collective we, I can't think of the last time I truly felt like I could unwind and truly relax. And I think that is what we're starting to see with parents, with students, with teachers, with educators all across the board. And what we're seeing is a slow rise, and it's starting to become a more exponential rise in terms of mental health symptoms. I work in the high school. I work with the Swift and Harbor programs, and I work with students with emotional disabilities, as well as students coming back from psychiatric hospitalizations. I use that as a kind of bellwether to take a look at the levels of stress. And when we look at the total number of hospitalizations, this is the 18-19 school year. This is the 19-20 school year. So last year, you can see at March, we went flat in terms of the number of hospitalizations. And I think that probably has a lot to do with lowering of expectations and the newness of the pandemic. And then when we get to this year, we see that kind of chronic stress that start to get into a much steeper curve in terms of the number of students hospitalized over time. I think we're also seeing a difference in terms of the cohort of students who are hospitalized. In previous years, we knew which students were, generally at risk of hospitalization. Either, those blue bars are the students who were receiving counseling either through the IEP or through general ed counseling, and they had been identified for that beforehand and then were hospitalized, or had a lifetime previous hospitalization. We kind of knew who these kids were, knew that they were at risk, and knew that they were struggling. With this year, we really have a change in terms of it's not students, there's about a 50-50 chance of a student receiving counseling beforehand, and otherwise they might be off of our radar. The amount of students who were hospitalized previously was also significantly decreased. And to put that in context, here's the comparison between the two previous years and this year. So it's the students who are not necessarily on our radar. And I would say the cohort of students are a lot of the high achieving students in the high school, the students who really see a difference between what they think they should be doing and what they reasonably are able to do over a long period of time during this pandemic. So again, that idea of slowly mounting pressure and stress being the thing that is affecting our students. We are also seeing a general rising tide of mental health cases at the high school. We're regularly seeing around 70 students 2 years ago. That rose to 81. And this year, we're regularly seeing 103 students. And this is not including students that we see on a one-time basis or who might see a school counselor from time to time, or might see the adjustment counselor time to time. These are kids who are getting regularly scheduled counseling. Before I move on from this, I also want to say, I think we are also facing a lot of difficulties in terms of finding mental health supports and being able to supply the needs to the students who need it most. partially because it's harder to screen for mental health, and because the outside resources, the ability to get a outside counselor. I have had students who have been waiting a month or two in order to be able to start seeing a counselor. In terms of the hospitalization programs, they are all on Zoom currently. The partial programs, and the partial programs are students who are at risk of suicide or self-harm. The inpatient programs, even they have, I've had students waiting in the ER for 5 days or more before they're placed in an inpatient program. So the outside resources are completely overwhelmed. I'm really thankful that we have the interface program that the town has opted into through William James as a referral program. And I think that it will do a lot to help connect people to psychological resources. But the overall landscape of trying to get help is very difficult right now. I won't even go into psychiatric help. Trying to find a child psychiatrist was a 3-month wait even before the pandemic started. I talked to my elementary colleagues, and they gave me some insight into what's happening at the elementary schools as well, since I know there's a lot of concern there. What they've noticed is an increase in internalizing concerns, such as depression and anxiety, and an increase in parent consultations, a decrease in externalizing or behavioral concerns, such as tantrums or meltdowns. And what they attribute this to is the lack of opportunity, right? If a student is 6 feet apart or remote, there's no fighting over who goes first in line, or no fighting over who gets what at recess or over equipment. And we also see a decrease in teacher consultations. I think, what we can expect with students coming back into school is not that, all of a sudden the internalizing will go away and the externalizing will take its place. I think we're going to see both of these come back and actually see an increase in number of cases in elementary school mental health, because we'll have, it's almost like standing in 2 different points in the same room. You get a different view of what the presenting problems are. I also think it's really important to take into account educator mental health. I have had many more tearful conversations with educators and teachers who are talking about their own mental health state and are having difficulty with all the workload, all the demands, all the changes, as I know we all are. But there is a high level of burnout. And even before the pandemic, I found a January 2020 article saying that 94% of middle school teachers were highly stressed. And that was before we had a global pandemic and trying to do hybrid learning. Anything that we look at for student outcomes are related to teacher outcomes, and teacher mental health is highly correlated with student outcomes. When I was thinking about takeaways in terms of this conversation, I think it's really important to say that the link between mental health and remote schooling is not simple. Changes in economic conditions. We had a previous trend of increasing adolescent suicide and self-harm that was going on beforehand. There's nothing that we can simply say remote learning is the cause of these mental health issues. And I think we actually may see a large increase in mental health concerns, because what we're seeing now is the 10% that is above the surface. And when students come back in, learning those routines, learning how to go to the new normal, and increasing the demands on them is going to make for some tough roads ahead. I think something as simple as the time it takes to drive to school and get to school or walk to school versus rolling out of bed and hopping on a Zoom session is going to lead to significant changes. And we're going to see that come out in terms of behaviors and in terms of mental health issues. I think I also want to note that while mental health issues may resolve on their own developmentally, it's been my experience that the students who are experiencing, it's not that just coming back to school is what is the difference. They often need external supports in order to scaffold their return to school. And just returning to physical school or just reducing social distancing will not resolve mental health issues on their own. The last thing I wanted to have as a takeaway was that if mental health is a reason to return more students to in-person schooling, then mental health across the entire school system, between students, between parents, between teachers, between staff, needs to be a foundational imperative. And by that, I mean not just that everyone, has their own counselor or anything like that. I mean that all decisions should be done in terms of a lens of mental health and in terms of the stress that it places on the different factors within the system. And I think it's important to think about how that's going to play out as we do a more phased approach. And as we think about how we can do this thoughtfully and increases the chances of success for all of our students.
Mr. Harris, thank you so much. Before I'm going to hold off on everybody's questions, and I'm going to use this opportunity to go to you, Ms. Buckland, because I think that talking about the holistic piece of this, it's important to have your voice from the teachers.
Thank you. Let me just first say, I heard a lot of negatives, and I want to say how proud I am of the teachers and educators that I work with, the staff in all buildings, the administration, for continually putting students first. Resilience, as we know, is something that we need to help our kids realize. We're in a pandemic, and resiliency is something that's really important. We can all sit here and complain, or we can fight through it. And what I've noticed, and I'm so proud of with the students that I work with and the educators I work with, is their resiliency and how they have pushed through this pandemic with courage and coming to school with smiles on their faces that you can see through their eyes. I want to thank my colleagues and the children of Swampscott for showing their resilience in the face of unknown and for continually striving for something better than yesterday. I'm disappointed in the fact that vaccinations for teachers were not prioritized. It should have been something that was pushed all along, probably by our community. I know that we wrote a letter in cooperation with the superintendents and the union leadership to push Governor Baker. I think that would have been an extremely important step for us. When we were back in the beginning in August talking about this, the teachers union had asked for remote teachers because we were so concerned with the remote population. At that time, that was not something that was accepted. We're still concerned about our remote learners. We heard Dr. Bacon say that there are no pools of people coming up to teach. So we need to be mindful that all our learners, including our remote learners, will have somebody teaching them. We have been at a precipice, as Mr. Harris said, of streaming to the end of our limits because we are teaching multiple ways. We're teaching different cohorts and we're teaching remotely. Many teachers are up until 10 o'clock at night creating asynchronous lessons and videos. We don't have the time with our remote students that we would like to have. So we are concerned about them. We want to make sure that they're being taken care of. And with a lack of a substitute population, that's difficult. I also wanted to talk about the fact that being socially distant as adults in the elementary level is almost impossible. As much as we would love to do that, these are our kids. We can't. And we've talked about this multiple times at different meetings. When you have a student who's crying or sad, they're our kids. We're going to make sure that we're comforting them, we're giving them a Band-Aid, and we're taking care of them. So that's not going to change whether we're at 6 feet or 3 feet. And it's impossible. So the more students we have, the closer we're going to become. So we have to be prepared for that as well. We're concerned that without the live streaming that would be provided at the middle and high school, again, what's going to happen with this remote population? I think we really need to think about that. I'm also concerned, and I think we need to talk about the state of our buildings. So when we're looking at 6 feet versus 3 feet in buildings that are over 100 years old, it is concerning. I would hope, and I'm sure that the district will follow up, because right now on my door, there's a maximum occupancy of 11. I already exceed that occupancy. So I'm sure that the district will want to do follow-ups in looking at how our ventilation systems are working in bringing back 20 some odd children. And I hope that there's a commitment that the district will make to that. Because we are all partners in this, and there are things that we can do to make sure that we are all on the same page and working together. We love our students. We want to be back and have some type of normalcy. We are in the midst of a global pandemic. And while we have learned things, and I'm sure Dr. D'Souza can speak to this as well, there are pieces of it that we don't know. We don't know everything about this. There are different strains that are approaching. And so to have teachers vaccinated would be a huge step in helping to get our kids. We do carry, as adults, we do carry COVID, and we can bring it into the schools. So we need to be mindful of all these different things. And I think having these honest conversations about how do we get our teachers vaccinated and get them into the building? How do we make sure that our school buildings are safe and can accommodate full classrooms? And how do we make sure that our remote learners are taken care of? So those are 3 questions that I'm going to make sure that we have to talk about and keep at the forefront of our mind. And I just lastly want to say, again, how proud I am of the teachers of Swampscott. Looking at all that data that Dr. Bacon provided shows how much time and effort, and in collaboration with our parents. I can say, I'm going to just speak for myself and the parents that I have. I have 7 remote students in my classroom. Those parents are engaged. They're working side by side with me, and I couldn't be prouder of the parents that I'm dealing with on a daily basis. I think there's a lot to be said for teaching our kids about resilience and about getting through with courage in times of pandemic. We're all missing out on things, but it's how we speak and how we show them how we're handling it as adults. That's going to be the best way that they get through it as well. So thank you. I don't know if Sue or Margaret want to add anything.
Thanks, Becca. You did great. You said everything I would have said.
Sorry, I was on mute. I want to, I appreciate that, Becca. Thank you very much. Mr. Vaughn from our health department. I know that you have a statement that you prepared.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson O'Connor. The Swampscott Health Department, which is made up of myself, the public health director, and public health nurse, put together a statement regarding social distancing for the schools. The Swampscott Health Department continues to follow, utilize, and enforce both the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health's guidance, as well as their regulations and orders throughout this pandemic. The CDC has recently released updated guidance titled Operational Strategy for K-12 Schools Through Phased Mitigation, which states that schools providing in-person instruction should utilize 2 mitigation strategies, one of which is physical distancing of at least 6 feet or more to the greatest extent possible, and the other is the universal and correct use of masks. While we understand the fatigue that we all have after dealing with this pandemic for nearly a year, we must stress that now is not the time to relax, decrease, or stop any of the key prevention and control measures. that keep all of our residents safe. And these measures include wearing masks, social distancing of at least 6 feet or more, hand washing, staying home when you're sick, getting tested, etc. As of February 22nd, 2021, there has been a total of 931 lab confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Swampscott residents. Since September 1st, 2020, there has been a total of 770 lab confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Swampscott residents, and of those, there have been 151 lab confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Swampscott residents under the age of 18, which is 19.6% of the total number of cases in Swampscott since September 1st. Please note that these numbers do not include any probable cases and/or any close contacts under quarantine. Please also note that the data provided is for Swampscott residents only and those under the age of 18 that might not also attend Swampscott Public Schools. With the predicted winter holiday surge that began in November 2020 and continued through January 2021, the entire state, as well as Swampscott, experienced a significant increase in new cases during that time. In addition, according to the MDPH's COVID-19 Weekly Health Report, which can be found online at mass.gov, and the archives, which can also be found there, the town of Swampscott was in the red for 6 weeks in a row from December 17th through January 21st, which is the highest color according to the state's color coding system. And this color designation was very difficult to obtain since the state changed the metrics back in early November. While the total number of new cases in Massachusetts has been decreasing over the last few weeks, we still continue to see new cases every day and in the state and here in Swampscott. We are currently in the yellow and have been since January 28th. In addition, as of February 22nd, the United States has surpassed 500,000 deaths attributed to COVID-19, which is a staggering and sobering number, especially considering that all these deaths occurred in less than a year since the pandemic was declared back in March 2020. The national reporting of deaths attributed to COVID-19 includes residents of Massachusetts as well as here in Swampscott. Although there are 2 vaccines that have received FDA's emergency use authorization, the demand for these vaccines far outweigh the current supply at this time. In addition, the Pfizer vaccine is approved for those over the ages of 16 and Moderna vaccine is approved for those over the ages of 18, which means that even if there were unlimited vaccine supply available to anyone who wanted one, the majority of school-age population is not eligible to be vaccinated at this time. With the anticipated surge of cases over the next few weeks due to those returning from traveling from February vacation, as well as the anticipated surge of cases in the spring due to the new variants in circulation in our country and now in Massachusetts, we must all remain vigilant so that we can all try to stay safe and healthy during this pandemic. Please note that if the district decides to go to 3 feet of social distancing, and if there is a positive case at one of the schools, then the majority of students and staff in that classroom, in the school, and in other settings, example, after school activities, would need to quarantine because they would be considered close contacts due to being less than 6 feet from the positive infectious person for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more than a 24-hour period. In addition, the previously mentioned CDC guidance document states that in-person instruction should be prioritized over extracurricular activities, including sports and school events, to minimize risk of transmission in schools and protect in-person learning. These are all important factors that need to be taken into consideration when deciding if this district should change any part of its current learning model. Again, we cannot stress enough of the importance of remaining vigilant for the foreseeable future. We all must continue to do what we can to help protect ourselves, our families, and our entire community. We know that it is difficult, but it is necessary. The Swampscott Health Department will continue to follow, utilize, and enforce the CDC's and MDPH's guidance, regulations, and orders to ensure that our entire community, including the students, faculty, and staff of the district, remain safe during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. I see some people have dropped off. So, Ms. Mulcahy, do you want to pop up next?
Sure. Thank you for having me tonight. I was asked to just bring some data on what is currently happening within the schools, talk about some of our mitigation tools that we're using inside, and also just talk about quickly what is contact tracing and what kind of what it consists of. So as of now, as of January, the nursing department has investigated over 264 cases. Our cases are determined by people informing us that they're either symptomatic, became a close contact, have been tested positive, and or been a secondary close contact, or been asymptomatically positive cases. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. So it's not positive cases, it's a mosh podge of everybody who is reporting to us something about COVID. So as of January, we have 13 positive cases. As of February, we have 13 positive cases that were in the school, 49 cases, total positive cases, and that is students and staff as of January. The data dashboard was updated recently, and we took out some of the old data from October to January because some of it was just not consistent. And I just want to make it clear that we have a lot of cases that are right now under undecided or not tested. Those are individuals who are not providing us test results. So we are counting them because we want to follow them and make sure that we are monitoring them and not having them come back within a quarantine period, or making sure that they're not coming in the building sick, but they're also not sharing if they're positive or negative. And that's hard. I also want to say that, you might see the DESE reporting system. The DESE numbers will be lower than what we are showing. DESE, unfortunately, when you report a positive case to them, they only take it in that 7-day window. So what happens is if I get a call like this week of a positive case that came in the week prior, DESE does not count that because it's not in the 7-day window. So it's hard to compare DESE's COVID tracking to what we're seeing inside the building. As of January, we've also had 11 students sent home sick, which is very concerning. And I just want to say that we also have had, that you can see on the data dashboard, it's broken down very clearly into how many students and how many staff are positive and negative and are not tested since January. And we want to make sure that people understand that we're trying to do this in a very confidential way. So nobody can connect if I call out tomorrow and then the number of cases go up by one, that they can't come back and say, oh, Mrs. Mulcahy was out this day because she had COVID. I just think it's important for people to also understand that. So contact tracing is really important. It's a very labor-inducing investigation. So students and staff, all students and staff who are negative or who are symptomatic, positive, or close contacts will get contact tracing in our buildings. And like I said, this is something that is very long, a lot of work, but it's important. And so anybody within that 48 hours and 2 days of either symptom onset or their positive test results, we would do contact tracing on. So this also includes when we send someone home sick. So it's important to do the contact tracing in the event that they do turn up positive. So what I also wanted to say is that all individuals that come in within 6 feet of that positive case are considered to be close contact per the Department of Public Health. So what happens is after we do our initial assessment on the situation, which is containing pulling seating charts, going into the classrooms, seeing if people have been within 6 feet as confidentially as we can, we then figure out who would be those close contacts. We inform that information to the health department, who then enters that into CTC. So it's a multi-layered step process of identifying the contact tracing, which can be really problematic at sometimes because we're doing this 3 to 5 days later. So it's important to do, and it will increase if we do move to the 3 feet mark. I also just wanted to quickly talk about some mitigation things. We are trying to break the chain of possible exposure within the school, and that's what mitigation tools are. I think the CDC says it best about Swiss cheese holes. You know, if you take a slice of Swiss cheese, there's many holes, and the only way to block those holes is by adding more layers of Swiss cheese, right? So with the more mitigation tools that we enter or bring into the school system is what's going to help keep people safe. And we are practicing safe in the buildings, and we know that, and we're doing a great job. The 4 core mitigation tools, though, that the CDC and DESE still are consistent on is you need to do hand washing, mandatory masks, the social distancing, and really keeping the cohorts the same. And these are important. This is what's going to protect the students, and then also students and staff. And the other thing too to mention is that, you know, Swampscott Public Schools, we added a lot of mitigations on top of those. So we, you know, comprised of seating charts, QR codes. We have faculty and students scan in the middle school. I mean, at the high school, all of our faculty scan in to self-certify if they're sick or not. We've also put up many signs around the school. We have stickers on the ground to direct traffic. We're using multiple doorways to, you know, help with the flow and keeping the 6 feet. We have the travel requirements, which is important, that we're making sure people are not coming back into school who have traveled that might have COVID. We have the disclosure forms that are accessed on the internet on our website for families to fill out if they are having COVID status in their house. And we're also asking our secondary close contacts to stay home, because we know once it's in the house, everybody gets it. We also have been, you know, we have a pretty intensive cleaning protocols in place too. And I just want to say that, you know, the work that the students and staff have done since they've been back is really impressive. You know, keeping the school, it works. We have to work together with these mitigations. I also think it's important to say that, you know, to stay safe, we need the cooperation from families. The nursing department is working hard, and we think it's really important for you guys to know that you need to be honest with us. We're not here to harm you. We're not here to tell you you can't come because we don't want you here. It's really that we just need to be open and honest and let us know if you have COVID or any symptomatic in your house, so we can be preventative and not reactionary in the school. We want to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to keep everybody safe. Everybody in those doors who come in, we want them to be safe. We want to make sure that we're not exposing them or having to, you know, deal with a couple days later finding out that someone in the classroom or someone in the hallway that you worked with was COVID positive. Now we have to backtrack. We want to be preventative and really make sure that we're open and honest about having COVID in our household. So, you know, I just like to thank this panel of people who came up and to have this really great conversation about what's our next steps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mulcahy. So I had originally thought that the school committee would begin a discussion now, but it occurs to me that perhaps what we'll do, especially since we do have some outside panelists, is open this up for 15 minutes of public comment. And this way we can hear from some of our audience members and then come back and open this up to a conversation. So to our audience members, I'm going to ask you to please keep your comments related specifically to this discussion. So about social distancing, coming back to school. And I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes so that we can allow for more people to speak. And I know that I know everybody wants to be heard and feel heard, but I'm also going to ask that if somebody steps up and says something that you were going to say, that you reconsider so that we don't have we don't have sort of the same conversation. I want to make sure that we can hear as many voices as possible. So I am gonna keep my my timer going just so that we can make sure that everybody sticks to their time. So does this make sense to the school committee? I'm seeing some shaking.
Good.
Some not, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you want me to just, Amy, you want me to just let people allowed to talk, the first person on the list?
I see Ms. Cavallo with her hand raised. So
She should be able to, just needs
Hi.
to. Hi.
hi there.
Hi. Hi, thank you all so much.
If you could just begin by identifying yourself, and if you have kids, what grades they're in. That would be
yes, my name is Vanessa Cavallo. I have a daughter in kindergarten at Hadley. And thank you all so much, first of all. And I just want to say I love Hadley School, and I love the principal, and I absolutely love my teacher. She's been amazing. I just want to kind of touch on some, just overall what's happening with us in kindergarten parents, or a lot of parents, but it's just been so stressful for us. And I think speaking for a lot of parents and everyone, working from home, my daughter has, she's in the hybrid program. She has interaction with her teacher less than 10 hours a week. So she's in school, I think 8 hours a week, and then she maybe has 30 minutes the rest of the 3 days. So basically Wednesday through Friday, I am basically her teacher the whole day while I'm working from home. It is just, it's a lot to take on. It makes me emotional because it's been a very long 7 months or whatever since September, but I'm sorry. It's been a lot, and I think it's time. I think the data is all saying that the kids can get back, and I think we need to get back. It has not been a good environment at home. I mean, our home environment's great, but it's just, I mean, the fighting with the kids over you have to do this and you have to do that. It's just been a lot, and it's been stressful for our family, to be honest with you. And I just wanted to bring that to the forefront. And I mean, my daughter is doing great at school, and just along the lines of that, the kindergarten, I know the results were great for kindergartners, but I think that's a lot to be said about the parents. I mean, I've been basically with her and doing all her work with her. I mean, I've been telling her to do it herself, but it's been a lot. So just from a parent's perspective, I just wanted to get that out there. It's been stressful for us, and not to mitigate anything that the teachers are going through, because I totally understand. But just from a parent's perspective, wanted to put that out there.
Ms. Cavallo, I really appreciate you saying that. And I recognize how emotional this must be, as you know, you're talking about the littlest amongst our school and your own child. It's painful. So I want to acknowledge that. Mr. Schneider, I see you are up. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's Eric Schneider. I'm a parent of a second grader at Stanley School, and together with now 84 other parents, we submitted a letter to the school committee advocating for a vote to reduce the distancing requirement in the elementary schools to the 3 feet. You know, I've sent the letter to the committee, and the superintendent and the Board of Health. I think it speaks for itself. And I think Ms. O'Connor, Madam Chair, you mentioned about summarizing, but I thought maybe instead of restating a lot of the things that a lot of the well-spoken experts have talked about here today, I thought I could share some of our experience in our house with school, which is probably going to be shorter than summarizing the letter, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I do want to acknowledge that, you know, this decision, you know, touches a lot of people, and many people are on edge, both parents and teachers. And I'm sure, you know, the committee, you know, feels that this is a hard choice as well. And, you know, but when, you know, and I think I might have shared this before, but, you know, on a couple of weeks ago, our son, who, you know, is in second grade, you know, he goes to school twice a week, and, you know, on the days that he goes, he is so excited. He wakes up, I think he was up at 6 and, you know, ate breakfast fast, and he was putting on his jacket and his winter boots when it was one of the snowy days, and was ready to go at, you know, 7:05. And he just wants to go to school. And, you know, even those days on Wednesdays when, you know, now they have more instruction, and on his Google Calendar, it's called a no title Zoom, because it doesn't have any title. And he says, I don't like the no title Zoom, because it's you know, he does his exercises, and then he has to go in and out, and it's just not the same as being with a teacher. And, you know, these kids, they're human too, and they crave social connection. And that's, I think, one of the things they miss the most. And leaving aside, you know, how well or not as well as they're doing on the assessments, the academics is just one small piece of what happens in elementary school. So I hope you can take that into consideration too, and in your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. I am going to recognize Mrs. Quinn. You can unmute yourself.
I think I just did.
Okay.
Did I?
Yep.
Okay.
We hear you.
Hey. Good evening, Ms. Angelakis, school committee, fellow educators, and Swampscott community. You'll be happy to hear that I shortened my notes because a lot of people have shared, you know, I've been listening and learning a lot tonight from everybody. But something that we know is that experts are warning that there may be another 90,000 deaths in the US from COVID-19. We may all be well feeling drained and exhausted from all we've experienced in the past 11 months, but COVID-19 is not over yet. We've heard a lot about students' mental health. This indeed has been an incredibly challenging time for students as they try to keep up with all the changes and expectations that the pandemic demands of them. So much has been expected of them for almost a year now. In fact, the mental health of our entire school community needs to be considered, educators and families too, as I believe Mr. Harris shared with us earlier on. I actually began praying for my colleagues, my students and their families as I noticed the exhausted faces of educators, the anxiety in the students, and listened to the various incredibly challenging stories that parents shared with me. The level of stress we all feel is about trying to stay well each day, since COVID is a medical situation. It's a medical challenge that is like a veil that hangs over us all the time, globally, everywhere, while we'll continue to try and balance all our responsibilities at the same time. Removing 6 feet distancing will add yet another level of stress to the challenges we already face. Neither the size of the classrooms nor the CDC guidelines have changed. 6 feet is still the recommended social distance guideline for mitigating the spread of COVID-19. The CDC guidelines are considered safety protocol in our schools until now. So we will not follow protocols at a certain date and still be safe in the buildings during the same pandemic. The math doesn't add up, in my opinion. We're trying to stay alive. I want the same that everybody here has wanted for their students I miss it. I cry sometimes. I miss it so much. As Becca shared, you know, a student is crying and you have that moment of, should I go over? Oh, they need a hug. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? It's heart-wrenching, heart-wrenching. Some people say that it is not necessary for teachers to have the vaccine in order to be safe in school, but without the recommended 6 feet safe distance, it feels like teachers will be extremely vulnerable medically. I think Dr. Bacon mentioned that tutors can't be hired. They just don't want to go into the school building. So please offer students and educators the opportunity to work in an environment that is safe for us all. Students, educators, and staff are part of this community, and they deserve the opportunity to learn and work in a safe environment every day. Let's hope we can look back with pride and not with regret at the decisions that are made surrounding this social distance issue. This is about the Swampscott school community, not the economy, not statistics, not politics, or about what other districts choose to do. This is our community. These are our children. Please offer us the support we need regarding the social distance issue so that together we can all shine. I noticed a mural on a wall as I drove on Highland Ave in Salem from Swampscott Road this evening. One of the pictures had these words, "Our future is in your hands." So true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Quinn. I appreciate your words.
Thank
I see Ms. Zoll, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Keiko Zoll, Town Meeting Precinct 6. I have a son who is in 2nd grade at Stanley. And I just first want to thank the committee and everybody assembled here for this very thorough discussion. I deeply appreciate that. And I know there are many other parents who do. I'd also like to say that absolutely adore my son's teachers at Stanley and actually across the district because he has specialists at other buildings. And I particularly want to recognize Mrs. Huntley because she is juggling an entire school population across 2 physical locations. Relative to what I'm speaking tonight, everything that I'm referencing tonight, I will email separately with links to school committee members and district leadership. So first thing I want to say is that I would love it if the school committee could vote to go from 6 to 3 feet. That's speaking for myself personally and my own experience, but we can't rely on 6 feet alone. I do want to echo what Mrs. Buckland, Mr. Vaughn, and Nurse Mulcahy shared this tonight around multiple mitigation strategy being key. The educators who want and need to obtain a vaccine must be able to do so. And I particularly share Mrs. Buckland's concern that there absolutely was a missed opportunity to advocate on behalf of our teachers and all teachers in this state to move them ahead in the current phased vaccination rollout. You know, unless an educator is 65 years old or have 2 comorbidities, they are not currently eligible for a vaccine. And even now, if they were, that vaccine availability is scant at best in this region. I would request that the school committee and district leadership consider reaching out to Dr. Alan Cameron, the superintendent of Wrentham. He is part of a 4-district planning process with Norfolk, Plainville, and King Philip regional districts. They are currently planning a rapid vaccine deployment for all their teachers in those 4 districts as soon as Governor Baker and the Mass Department of Public Health activates phase 2, group 3. According to Dr. Cameron, and again, like I said, I'll send you all these links, they're estimating at about $12,000 per district for a 2-dose deployment for all of its teachers. Now, I have no idea what their size of their teaching corps is, but that's the number that he shared in this piece that I read. Time is of the essence regarding vaccinations, because if Commissioner Riley anticipates a first week of April return, so that's what, like April 5th, our teachers literally need to be vaccinated yesterday because the Pfizer has a 21-day dosage spacing, Moderna has a 28-day dosage spacing, and then you need to add another 14 days on top for there to be complete vaccine efficacy. Wrentham specifically, in these 4 districts, they are leveraging Cataldo ambulance to deploy these vaccines. Now, given the town's previous COVID testing infrastructure with Cataldo, this would be a natural partnership, and there is capacity here within town to activate something like that here. Second thing, and I'll wrap very quickly, the second mitigation strategy that's going to be key to this, in addition to if you're dropping down to 3 feet and you're able to get the teachers vaccinated, we need to think about pooled testing. Now, I understand that that doesn't come without significant cost to the district. So the state has this Abbott Binax Now testing, and the state will pay for the first 6 weeks of this pooled testing through Abbott Binax Now. They will pay for that through 3/28. So it's like you don't get the full, like, so if we applied now and got it, we wouldn't get the full 6 weeks. We would get through 3/28. But so if we were to roll that out if we applied, got on it, and rolled it out next week, that would basically give us 3 to 4 weeks of pooled testing on the state's dime. After that, then those costs have to go to the district. So I know that we have like 145,000 in ESSER Part 1 funding through the CARES Act. I don't know how much of that has been spent. I do know we are getting that 645,000 as part of ESSER Part 2.
Miss Hull, we're at almost 4 minutes.
I just want to quickly say that it is possible that 645, if the district applies by March 31st, we are able to use that ESSER 2 funding in FY21. So I'm just trying to put all this out there so that you guys know that these are options that are on the table and that there are ways to make this happen. So thank you.
Ms. Hull, I appreciate that. And we will, there'll be more discussion of that. Thanks. Ms. Conway, if you unmute yourself, you'll be able to speak.
Thank you, Amy. Hello, everybody. I am another parent of a student at Stanley. He's a kindergarten student, and he is one of the students that has fallen behind this year. He is not at grade level for reading or math. We're doing everything possible at home. However, both of us work full time, and I want to kind of echo what the first parent said, which is that this is completely impossible for us as parents of these students who are not able to be on remote sessions without supervision all day long when we are supposed to be working. It's completely impossible. There are private schools. There are other districts and other states that are doing this very safely. I know that you know this. We've sent letters. You read the same things we do. I think that the emotional appeal of Mrs. Quinn was very raw. But that can't be, that fear and emotion can't be what is driving our decisions. We need to look at the science. We need to look at the examples of other districts and states and private schools that are doing this successfully. And we need to consider one of the largest stakeholders in the situation, which are the parents, we are fed up. We can't do this. This needs to change, and these students, especially the youngest, must be back in school. And I think we had some good news from Superintendent Angelakis that they will be. So I want to echo the first parent that spoke. Our emotions are high, we're frustrated. And we look forward to the students getting back to the classrooms in April. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. We're at a little bit over 15 minutes now, so I'm going to take 2 more speakers, and then we're going to come back to the panel. And I want to make sure to ask the principals to join us if they choose. So Ms. Christensen, if you unmute, you can speak. My apologies if I butchered your name.
It's fine. It's Mr.
Oh,
Christensen.
Mr. Sorry, you're up as Brenda with her picture.
Absolutely. I look slightly different. Jonathan Christensen, town meeting member and a parent of a 8th grader at the middle school and a 4th grader at Clark. First of all, I'd like to say that I think that there's been a lot of mixed emotions here, where it seems as though there's a conflict about putting the students' best interest in some ways is conflicting, recognizing the health and safety of the teachers. And I think that we can do both responsibly and both carefully. And I think that that's really important. I also think that it's been appalling to watch, our fellow citizens of the United States callous approach to the loss of life. And I think that's echoed in Ms. Quinn's sentiments, that we still very much are in the heart of this pandemic. And I realize that there are no perfect solutions here, but I do think that we need to take a really creative look at both the data and not isolate ourselves from the learnings that are available from other districts throughout the state and the country that have been able to successfully either integrate more in-person learning or look at ways to creatively improve upon the distance learning. So one of the things that I've been specifically noticing, especially with our 4th grader, is that there is such a significant lack of support and rubric and structured work for high-performing students to keep them engaged throughout the course of a school day and a school week, that so much of that has fallen back onto the parents, and parents are doing everything that they possibly can to support that. But without the kind of structured curriculum and creative approaches to fulfillment of that curriculum, I do think that the district has been negligent in the support of their students. And I think that we really need to look at that, as there is likely going to be some long trail and the likelihood of flare-ups and so forth, that some degree of distance learning may have to be an intermittent part of the learning curriculum and the learning environment moving forward, that we really need to take a more creative approach on how we deliver that sort of curriculum. Second, to speak to a number of the presenters, and I think that Mr. Harris's presentation was very telling about the social emotional effects, that we really need to think about the fact that for all the adults here, we will kind of run a number of iterations on the rabbit wheel throughout our lives. But for each one of our kids, each one of these years is a formative experience in how they develop. And seeing 2 kids, as an 8th grader and a 4th grader, at these transitional years, they've been stripped of all of the trappings and those maturity benchmarks that come with those sort of years that they've waited for throughout their scholastic careers. And they're getting absolutely none of that. And so it's essentially taken what should be the positive experience of school and the things that they've worked through a developmental rubric for to expect have just been eliminated from their lives. And it's taken an enormous toll on them. And I can only imagine how this is feeling for kindergarten students, for graduating seniors, for anyone that's rising through a transitional year. This has been extremely challenging. So I urge the district, the teachers union, and all parents to try to drop some of the acrimony that exists in the conversation, because I think it's kind of petty and immature, and to really kind of talk about ways that how we can do this more proactively, how we can do this more safely, and really figure out a way that takes the children's best interests into account to find the best way to provide them the safest, most complete exposure to the education that they deserve. And really, one of the reasons that many people have chosen to live in Swampscott was for the schools. And I really feel that we have not been supported by and large in that through some of the structural procedures that are in place. That being said, I've been really impressed with our individual teachers' experience this year, and they've been really resilient and trying to do what they can, but I don't feel like they necessarily have the toolkit or the structure provided from the district to allow them to do the best possible service and provide the best possible education for our kids.
All right. Thank you. Could you just restate your first name for the record?
Jonathan.
Jonathan, I appreciate it. Thank you for speaking. Okay. Tabitha, I see your hand raised and I want to recognize you. You haven't had a chance to speak tonight.
Hi. So I just wanted to touch upon the point that, I mean, obviously I don't have kids in the school system. I am a kid in the school system, but I think in terms of bringing more younger kids or like making it 3 feet instead of 6 feet, I understand that a lot of parents are stressed out with having kids at home and that they feel that like their kids are missing fundamental parts of like growing up and being a student. But that there's also that, but on the other hand, there are the safety of the teachers. And I also feel like that is essentially cannot be overlooked. And I remember being at Clark School. I remember Miss Quinn as a teacher, and there's many other teachers that really care about their jobs and care about the students. And when there isn't widespread access to this vaccine and they cannot get it, it puts everyone in a bad position because they want to go into work, but not at the risk of their own lives. And that is a really crucial aspect that can't be lost in all of this. And I'm a senior, I've missed out on senior year. It's really not desirable in any way, but I think the most important thing is to remember the value of human lives. And our country has already lost over 500,000, and I would hate for that number to grow at the with our own teachers in the school system. And obviously that's the most extreme case, but I think it's best to be safe. And though it's definitely sad for our students to miss out on learning and growing up, we're still surviving. We're in this together, and I think we can overcome that more so than the loss of human life.
Thank you, Tabitha. Okay. So we haven't really done this in a while. Mrs. Shea, I do want to recognize you. Wait, you just disappeared. Oh, there you are. You're on mute, but I know that I saw you with your hand raised, so I want to welcome you to speak, please.
Thank you. I actually wrote down a couple of different points as we were talking, and I want to just recognize how difficult this decision is. And the reality is we are in the middle of a pandemic. And I feel good about what's been happening in the schools right now. I mean, I feel really proud of the results that Jean Bacon shared earlier. Walking through the halls, I see that staff have really kind of settled in and have really been able to hone in on doing some really intense instruction. The students come in, they're enjoying being there, they're learning, and it feels really good in the building right now. You know, I feel good there. I think a lot of the staff anxiety at the beginning of the year has started to settle. We've hit our stride, and I feel like in the building, things are going well. I have a lot of concerns about switching this up. Just some realities. We've had 9 COVID cases at Clark since January. Now, when we find out there's been a COVID case, the first thing we do is look to see when were they in the building? Were they contagious when they were in the building? A lot of those cases happened to be when they were non-hybrid days, when kids were remote anyhow, or it was weekends. So there wasn't as much contagion. If we have them 5 days, that's going to be 3 more days a week that they would have been contagious. So that is going to definitely increase the spread. There's a lot of, and it's not just about the teachers that we're worried, but every time children are getting COVID. When they get COVID, they're taking it home. They're taking it to their grandparents. They're taking it to their little babies, baby brothers or sisters. They can be taking it to parents that have maybe one condition. So it's not just about the teachers, it's about the spread to families. When I think about the logistics of going from 6 feet to 3 feet, the desks will basically be the way they were before. So they might be 3 feet apart, but every time a child gets up to get something or go to the bathroom, it's going to be 1.5 feet when they're standing out. How are we going to have 20 kids 3 feet apart walking down the hall? How are we going to manage having them eat lunch or snack? How are we going to manage them out on the playground without masks 3 feet apart? I mean, there's so many logistics that I hope that it isn't a quick decision, because we really do need to think this out. One of my biggest stresses this year has been that every time there's a COVID case, there's people who have to quarantine. Like I had 3 teachers quarantining when we had a case. And then Every time a teacher has a symptom or a couple symptoms, they have to quarantine. So if a teacher has a headache and a sore throat, they're out for like 10 days, 2 weeks. If they have a relative that has COVID that they might be suspected, then they're out. So staff are out for a lot of different reasons. So the reality could be that if we send the kids back and there's not staffing, if a first grade gets it, that first grade could be home for 2 weeks remote, having no school at all. Right now in the district, there are only 5 substitutes. Tomorrow, I have 2 people out with no substitutes. All the principals, we've been substituting. I mean, we've been going in and substituting. And it's not like before, if teachers are out, you can't combine a class because you have to keep people 3 feet apart or 6 feet apart. So it's not like if you were short a teacher, you could combine kids, you can't. So there's just so many logistics that I just hope that it's not a quick decision, that we have time to really think through all of these things. I mean, how are they going to go to the bathroom? Like, how are we going to monitor all these kids in the bathroom 3 feet apart? We're only using every other sink and every other stall. So there's just a lot of logistics. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to everybody on this.
Mrs. Shea, I want to say, I know that just in an offhand conversation, Ms. Marshall and I were talking about this, and as 2 people who are not in the buildings on a daily basis, we came to our own conclusion that this isn't a switch flip for sure. And I think to the superintendent's point at the beginning of this, that we're grateful that DESE is looking at this as a measured approach and not like, okay, we're all coming back tomorrow. And very specifically, I want to acknowledge that as part of our MOU with the teachers, our memorandum of understanding, is that we do give a 10 working days notice for a change. So, no matter what, we're like, this isn't happening on Monday. So I say that only as part of a much broader conversation. I do see Ms. Bebchik. Oh, sorry. If you want to.
Can I just add one more point too that I just meant to mention? It's not going to be like it was before. Children have to stay in their seat with a mask. Before kindergarten, you had a lot of movement. You'd all go down and sit on the rug. You'd be singing. You'd be dancing, marching around. But it's going to be hard for kids. I mean, I have some kids that are doing really well with being in for 4 hours and then going home. And if they have to stay the whole time in their space with a mask on, that's going to be difficult for them. So I just did want to put that out.
Well, hang on to that thought, because that'll be a good topic of conversation. I do want to recognize Ms. Bebchik. I see you popped on, and I'm glad that you're here with us.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Did you have anything that you wanted to say, or do you want to be part of the the broader conversation, or I don't want to put you on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So school committee members. Actually, before I get to school committee members, I'm going to recognize you, Ms. Mulcahy.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the operating, as of February 11th, the CDC updated their guidance on the operating school during COVID-19, and it talks really a great breakdown on the risk factors. And I just think that it's been covered tonight, and I think we should just pull that out and say that when talking about the risk and the increased risk and things like that, right now, public schools, we are working with all of our mitigations intact. We are under the category of what some risk is. So if you break that down, that means small in-person class activities and events, cohorting, alternative and strategies, no mixing of groups, no sharing of objects. Students and teachers and staff are following all steps at all times, and including proper use of masks, social distancing, and hand hygiene. If we move to 3 feet, that will move us up to the next category under the CDC's regulation. And I just want to point that out, that we would move up to the medium risk factor and possibly into the higher risk factor. All this information is in the CD updated on February 11th. and it's the operating school during COVID-19. So, thank you.
School committee, if you could take off your mics now, I want to open this up and have you guys drive this conversation a little bit about what next steps, what we need to talk about. Superintendent, I want to include you in on this too. This is unprecedented. So I need to turn to you guys for help in guiding this.
I see Becca's hand up, but I do want to reiterate what she said. Mr. Casper is not in this week. We do need to revisit our ventilation report. That's one of my top priorities as we move forward with this plan. Give it, either given what at the direction of school committee or the direction of the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. We need to look at that report and ask about the maximum room capacity. Is it in a pandemic or is it at 6 feet of social distancing? And so I met with the e-board yesterday of the union, and we talked about the fact that we really need to dig into that report in the next few days and figure that out. And then we also are taking steps to have, as I said earlier, have the custodians and the administrators under the administrator's guidance measure that 3-foot distance. So I just wanted to say that, but I did note that Mrs. Buckland's hand is up. Before we go to Ms. Buckland, I do want to say, based on the numbers that we're seeing and from what I'm hearing about the high school, I want to make sure that we put this, the elementary school kids, put that space back on the table in terms of potentially moving things around. It's our newest school. We know that the HVAC system is more than up to snuff. And it makes me really uncomfortable to hear of classes with, 2 and 3 kids in it, or kids who are going into school simply to have a remote, a Zoom call, when we have a group of kids who are so desperate for space. I'm not sure what I am violating by even mentioning this, but I know that one of the issues that has held us back in the past is busing. And in the same way that we are looking to see balance, mental health versus COVID health versus the whole picture, I want to sort of put the balance out there and say, if we're out of compliance with busing for 2 months, what does that do to us? And I'm sure that I'm sure somebody's going to smack me for saying that. But I think that we have to look at these things and sort of like dare a little bit more. And obviously that'll come down to the school committee making the decision of whether or not that's a risk that we can take in conjunction with our attorneys. But I at least I want to explore it as it relates to the high school. I don't want that school sitting empty with all those kids out so that they can play hockey, and then our kindergartners, without space.
So Amy, I'd like to, if I could, thank you for that survey. I know that we had talked offline and there was a lot of work. I know a lot of parents were very receptive to it, and I think it goes like a lot of things unnoticed, but I know that you spent the whole weekend, you had nothing better to do. If any of my comments came off negative, I am not being negative at all. I understand the entire pandemic. I don't believe anyone is to blame. To Becca's point, you can connect with Amy. I sent her a draft letter to go to the Secretary Sutters today in regards to trying to get the teachers vaccinated. And I do think that that is something that we should write. Is the air quality reports that you talked about, Pam, is that out to the union as well?
Not air quality. There's no air quality test for COVID. It is the HVAC ventilation systems. Yes, those reports were shared all along with the committee and with the union as well. And we have the updated color-coded floor charts. And I will mention, even though we said we weren't going to talk about this, the ventilation work at the 8 classrooms at Stanley, the mitigation has begun already. And so we'll update that at the next school committee meeting.
And I think I also want to recommend and acknowledge the lens of the mental health. I think everyone here recognizes that. We've had some great conversations. The other day I was down at the Hadley School and actually met 2 grandparents, that cohort A's, and they were telling me the difficulties that they have because they have the kids 9 to 5. And what I thought was kind of interesting is they pick them up at 12:30, and then they bring them over to the Y, and they go to the Y until 5, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday they're in the Y 9 to 5 as well. So it kind of piqued my interest in regards to how the grandparents are relied upon, and I think that's a group that often is forgotten, and we have a lot of them. But I was wondering if anyone could clear that out, where how they're going to the Y in the afternoons and then spending 3 days there. Are those numbers, Ms. Bebchuk, that you would see on a COVID positive in your building, or is that just a wash?
What do you mean by that, Ted?
Is that, I mean, I would think that would be an exposure, right? That they're at the Hadley, but then, and I'm not saying anything against the Y, but to me, it's like a different area that they're going to. And as far as I know, they were all set, but it's one of, they're in the Hadley, then they go to the Y, and then they're in the Y for 3 days. It's an older building. I don't really know that much about it, but it kind of made me curious.
Well, so I just want to jump in here because that was something that I heard a lot in our survey, was that, we have families, particularly at the younger grades, where their kids are over at the preschool, right at I'm spacing on the name, the preschool that's right over at the monument. And they're there and they're maskless and they are, low COVID cases. And then we have kids who are not coming into school because the schedule isn't working for them. So they're at the Y all day. And I know that that they have had their own issues there. It's not like it's all roses. But I think that that's part of particularly what parents of younger kids are asking is like, how is it that these can happen all around us except for us? And I say that, and I want to acknowledge that I recognize that we have that report about the air circulation in our buildings. I want to acknowledge that there's a difference between a unionized workforce and a non-unionized workforce. That is something that we have to acknowledge, the times when that's good for us and the times when that's not. And look, states with teachers unions have better education. So like that's a positive for us, but sometimes it's a pain. Sorry, Becca, sorry, teachers. But I have to speak bluntly here. I think the question that you're saying, Ted, is a real one, which is how can we see these things happen all around us and not do this for what's the difference between a pre-K kid over at at the preschool versus a kindergartner? And the answer really is nothing. And these kids need to be in school too.
So can I just, because you did say something about the union, so I wanted to just jump in and say a couple different things.
And please, Becca, don't kill me for what I said.
No, I'm not. I'm just gonna say, I don't think the union's been an obstacle in any way, shape, or form when we've been, I think when we originally approached the safety of the buildings, it was, for the betterment of everyone, kids, students. So when we talked about that beforehand, and also when we talked about remote teachers at the beginning, that was, for the benefit of our students as well. You had talked before, you and I had talked briefly today, and I know that parents were talking about why can other communities do it and we can't. So I wanted to be clear so that people knew. Melrose, Danvers, Marblehead, Manchester, Essex are all still remaining at 6 feet while being able to still bring in their students. So Marblehead just voted last night. They're bringing K-6 in 5 days from 8 to 12, but they have enough physical space to maintain 6 feet of distance. Danvers has 6 feet of distance with K-3, 4 days a week. So I think they have newer facilities. I think that they have bigger classrooms, but all of those districts that I just mentioned are maintaining 6 feet while bringing in their youngest learners. So I think we do have to recognize the differences in what's happening in their districts and what's happening in ours. We don't have the same facilities that they have.
School committee?
I want to say something. Just I'm not really sure where I stand. When I write down, when I try to look at the letters people have been writing and things people have been saying and studies people are referring to, and I try to read them and make a spreadsheet for myself of the pros and cons and look at the data, because I am really data driven. It's really a toss up, and I'm not exactly sure where I stand right now. I think this whole theme of loss, is so heavy, and everyone is expressing it in some way, shape, or form. And I think that we have to understand that if we send kids back at 3 feet or 6 feet, like Marblehead is doing, it's trying to get everyone in the building at 6 feet and how they're doing it. I think as parents and educators, we have to just acknowledge that what it's going to look like in that classroom isn't the normal you're picturing for your kids. I know in Marblehead, they're emptying the classrooms totally of everything, the bookshelves, the cabinets, even the teachers aren't going to have desks. So there's literally going to be nothing in the classrooms except for 24 kids. There's going to be 4 rows of 6 desks. The desks go from the back of the classroom and touch the smart boards in the front of the classroom. So the teachers will not even be using the smart boards because the desks are touching them. I mean, and they have the space. This isn't the Glover School. This is in one of their newest schools, right? So I think that this decision is so hard because you think your kids are going to go to school and it's going to be fine because it's going to look like regular education, but it's not. And so I think that's like an important thing to consider too about the mental health of the kids and can they, like, to Ms. Shea's point, can they sit in their desks, for 6 hours? And we're talking about lunch in the classrooms too, because right now we don't have cafeteria spaces that we can have 6 feet of distance for an entire classroom of kids. So we're thinking you sit at your desk and rows 1 and 3 get up and eat lunch or go outside and play while rows 2 and 4 eat lunch or something. And who's watching that? Why our teachers take their breaks. We just have like so many things that are really making this not look like what we're all picturing up the perfect classroom and school experience to look like, which is like so hard because we're all dealing with this sort of feeling of loss about this. But that being said, I see that when we talk about spread and we talk about 6 feet isn't a magic number. It's not safe at 6 feet and unsafe at 5 feet, or safe at, perfectly safe at 8 feet, but deadly at 3 feet. It's just not like that. It's a gradient. And it's really important that if and to look at who's at those 3 feet. So kids at 3 feet, you know, it's been shown that is safer than adults at 3 feet. So putting kids together at 3 feet and then requiring, you know, that, you know, and talking about that transmission rate is lower than, I mean, looking at transmission rates in 3 different categories, right? Adult to adult, adult to child, or child to child. Like the child to child transmission rate is the lowest. So I feel comfortable, like, you know, putting kids closer together, right? And then maybe perhaps having the teacher desk farther away, and then not being as concerned with teacher to student contact as much as I'd be concerned with teachers collaborating with other teachers or having lunch with other teachers with 3 feet of distance, like, you know, still requiring 6 feet of distance for adults to adult contact in buildings. I think we have to just figure out, not make a one size fits all thing. And I think that if we thought about bringing K1 and 2 back sooner than 3 and 4, for example, just to work it out in the buildings and the hallways and the bathrooms and those kinds of things, and then slowly bring back more kids, I think that would help us too, to sort of figure out what's working and what's not working, and also being able to utilize other staff members to help with some of the break times and bathroom times and some of the other things. I just think we have to be really creative about it, but we know we have to do it at some point. You know, it's coming down from top down right now. We know we have to do it, so we have to start trying to figure it out, as much as it's going to be difficult. And I'm sorry, I'm just rambling.
Mr. Harris, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to jump in talking about some space issues and trying to make that real. I know in talking with my colleagues, one of the things that has been consistent, even, you know, in the high school and in the elementary school, trying to find a space to do things like counseling is next to impossible. And so, you know, counselors have been trying to jump into a empty room where kids are taking a mass break outside, have a therapy session limited to be only 10 minutes, and then having to empty out of the room as the other kids come back in. Or kids need to literally walk the halls with a counselor at 6, or, you know, if you have it at 3 feet, you're having confidential conversations in a hallway. And, you know, I know our adjustment counselor at the high school is working, you know, in the theater. Sometimes I have to find different places to test or to counsel. And so, you know, the multiple demands for rooms is not just the amount of kids you can cram into a space. It's also what are the spaces used for. You can have a huge space, but if you're trying to have a therapeutic conversation, you're only going to be able to have, you know, 2 people in that room. And if you don't have those spaces, then again, what I was saying about these issues not resolving just on a simple return to school, we can expect that there's going to be things that can't be resolved, or kids can't get the specialized services that they need. And I know that's a more specific thing that is less applicable to general ed classrooms. But I think if we're talking about really trying to reach all of our students and trying to support all of our students, these are the logistical challenges that are really hard to figure out.
Amy, did you see the email in regards to the school committee meeting? Just switched to a pre-recorded school committee meeting, if maybe Joe can fix it.
I just texted Mr. Dulett.
Okay, thank you. I did not. Okay, sorry, I that just faded off at the end. It's it's so difficult to stay focused sometimes. Mr. Harris, it's interesting to hear you say that, particularly as it relates to the high school, which has, you know, the most space. So to hear that that's happening. I just got a text from Mr. Dulett saying that it is back on for anybody who is watching on the TV. Ms. Marshall, and then Mr. Giantis.
Actually, let John go. He hasn't said anything yet. That's fine. I'll wait.
Thanks, Karen. I guess I just had a few thoughts, and kind of like Suzanne, I'm, I'm very much a data person, but I'm also a big believer in, what are our peer similarly situated communities doing that's working, that we can leverage that. I mean, I think a lot of the concerns that have been raised are valid concerns on either side of this issue, 6 feet, 3 feet. But I think, we're not a vacuum, we're not an island unto ourselves. And I think there are things that are working. And as a matter of fact, earlier today, I was looking just online just to see what some other communities are doing. And I think Ms. Buckland mentioned Marblehead and Danvers. Yes, they are the lower grades at 6 feet, but I think they're also contemplating going to 3 feet for the higher grades. So I know that's in the mix, and I know even St. Mary's, if you go to their website, they say, why St. Mary's? And they have a video where they show the kids in masks working side by side with each other. And I know, it's just one example, but I think there are many examples out there where it's working. And I think to add on to something Suzanne said, I think going in stages here where we focus on our smallest students first and get them going and work from there. I think that's been, again, looking at what other communities are doing, I think that's been what's working, and work from that. And again, we want everyone to be safe, but again, other places seem to be figuring out how to make this work. And again, anything out there that we can leverage to do the same, we should be kind of all ears and all eyes as far as what will work for us as well.
I also want to add that I think that the idea that it's like 6 feet or 3 feet is, I don't know who was talking about, I think maybe Suzanne, like this arbitrary, like depending on the space, it might be 5.5 feet, or, I think to your point, Superintendent, that getting that reevaluation of all of our spaces has to happen, ASAP. And, with a creative, with a creative eye.
Remember that our initial measurements were 3, 4.5, and 6, and we haven't mentioned 4.5 tonight. So I had my hand up earlier to say the high school isn't off the table, but we know what's coming and what we're going to be directed to do. K and 1 are our priority. If the busing has to occur and we have to utilize grant funding to do that, to make them go to the high school, then that's what we're going to do. We're going on a year in a couple of weeks. And I hear the frustration in the parents' voices who spoke tonight. And that same frustration is what we're feeling here in the schools. And I understand as a parent myself how difficult it is to manage it. Thank goodness I don't have a kindergartner. But, everything is on the table. And so I guess, this is not my meeting, I'm an invited guest, but it would be my recommendation that you allow us to do a little bit of digging and a little bit of planning and measuring and thoughtful planning, and knowing that we would be giving the teachers the 2-week notice to adhere to the MOA, knowing that our goal is to get those littles in as soon as possible. And we're moving towards that. I don't know that a vote has to be taken tonight unless that's what the committee feels they need to do. I think we need a little bit more information. I think we need to talk about more containers to empty our classrooms, where if we're going to do that and bookcases come out and desks come out and just have the student desks, do we need to purchase student desks? We were looking in the fall at really creative seats for kids. And do we go back and look at that? And so can we even get containers to empty these classrooms out even more? And those conversations have to happen. I think, I wasn't at the last school committee meeting. My apologies. I've been sick for a couple of weeks. And then yesterday's directive from the governor and the commissioner has kind of changed everything. We knew we were coming this way, and we knew this discussion was going to happen. Thank goodness. But now we really need to start doing that work. There are so many pieces to this. So it is your decision. It is your committee meeting. If you feel you need to take a vote, but I just want to remind people that that 4.5 foot was something that we investigated way back in the summer with my colleagues across the Commonwealth. We all did it. So,
So let me jump in here. On our agenda, I had vote requested put in there because we can't take a vote unless that's there. So I wanted to make sure that we have an opportunity if desired. I think that the policy that we passed in August or September, I can't recall, was intentionally broad and said that we will follow the advice as per the CDC and the Massachusetts Department of Health and DESE. And, I think critically, DESE made a big decision yesterday. So, I want to put this out specifically to the school committee to say, to sort of ask, is there a vote to be had? Is there a vote to be had? So think about that, but I want to call on Karen and then Becca.
Yeah, so I just wanted, everybody's kind of making the point, but I wanted to just reiterate it that even if we were to vote to go to, I would recommend 3 to 6 feet, right? Not 3 feet, but 3 to 6 feet, because that's what people are saying. And that gives the option to use 3 feet where feasible, but it doesn't mandate that you're suddenly shoving everybody to 3 feet, right? And it also doesn't mandate that anything is happening tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. Clearly, there's all kinds of other issues that need to be looked at, need to be resolved, and everybody's mentioned them tonight, right? I mean, Becca has brought them up, and Ms. Shea brought them up, and these are things that are going to have to be rectified. But this is just one piece of the puzzle that we specifically voted on prior. And if we're going to remove that barrier so that they can comply with what the state is, saying, and that's going to take long-term planning to get there, then it seems wise to do that. We only meet every couple of weeks. So when we put things off, right, then it just takes time to get it back on the agenda and then have this discussion again. Do you know what I'm saying?
Ms. Marshall, I totally agree. You just changed my thinking. There has to be some kind of guidance tonight in order to make us move forward, in order to allow us to. I don't think our next school committee meeting is till March 10th. I just looked that up. And so we need to be moving in between, and a vote would push that along.
And I honestly, I don't see that as like a pro this vote or an anti-teacher vote or anything like that. That is not the intention. That is just to allow the district to now comply with what is coming down the pike from the state.
Karen, can you take a minute to just focus and maybe write something out, and while Becca talks?
Yep.
You're on mute.
Thanks. I was just wondering what you're envisioning. Are you envisioning a full day with lunch? How will that impact the remote learners? Are you envisioning a half day with no lunch? What do you have in mind? Because I think along with thinking about this, we need to be thinking about prepping for what's happening with these students.
So let me just jump in, Superintendent. So Becca, I think it's really important to say that that's not for the school committee to decide, that this is operational, and that the school committee would look to the superintendent and her league of advisors, which includes you and the e-board, and includes the Phase 5 committee, and there are all groups that need to come to work together on this. So I don't think it would be fair for the school committee, and school committee, please chime in here because this is not the Amy show. I don't think it would be fair for the school committee to say this is what we envision. Other than to say that we got to get our kids back into school in a phased approach, and we have to provide more time on learning. I mean, this is, I think I have really struggled with this, particularly as it relates to sort of like umbrella, people looking at us and saying, no, especially as I look towards, sorry, I don't know if anybody's here or not, our Board of Health, and this sort of strict adherence to 6 feet. And while I understand the science behind it, I also have to ask the question of like our own free will as a community. And at what point does a government say to us, when we have a clear majority of people not just asking for it, but begging for it? Like, at what point are we obliged to say that, Big Brother knows more, or will not even allow people to take the risk? I think that there's a certain amount of free will here, and I think that the parents know what's happening with their kids. And I want to acknowledge how, Mr. Harris, your words were so poignant, and I see it in my friends who are teachers. I see how completely maxed everybody is. But I think that we have to work towards getting back to a new normal. So, long answer to your question, Becca. School committee would not be making that decision, but that would be something that's driven by the super, along with you and all of the administrative team. But to Karen's point, we've got to provide the vote in order to allow that work to start.
Amy, and just one other thing from Mr. Harris's presentation, and I know the superintendent has this on our radar, just that transitional meeting, when and if that happens, because you have new kids to the buildings, right? So I know there would hopefully be a little transitional for the kids on, like, the shock and the awe of what's going on. Just my point, it's operational, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Ms. Raymond?
Just something that we didn't talk about. If you vote for the 3 to 6 feet, we can look at it from a student to student perspective, which actually would change some of what we were able to do at the younger level, regardless of how many kids I have in the classroom. So looking at my preschoolers, K1, letting them have more opportunities to be closer to each other and do some shared activities. That may, that changes some of our instructional model. Doesn't mean I have to have 22 kids in, but if I have 10, I can, if I can put 2 kids 3 feet next to each other, like, they can look at a book together. Like, there's things that we're not doing right now that have limited our ability to provide shared learning and shared social experiences. And so we could start that now, right? Not with our teachers, right? Our teachers could stay 6 feet, but we can now let our kids get 3 feet. And that lets us do some things that we can't do at the moment. That I think will be a better educational experience, especially for our youngest children.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, we've said all along, and Dr. Bacon and Ms. Raymond and Superintendent, all the principals can speak to this 1,000 times better than I can, but kindergarten is as much about, being with your friends and learning how to be with the world as it is learning how to read. So it's not just the academics. It is the socialization, and they can't do that on a Zoom call. Ms. Mulcahy?
Thank you. I was just wondering if Dr. D'Souza would like to talk about possibly, what that would mean for infection risk if we had students back to back or at 3 feet and You might not have anything to present right now, which is fine, but I think just getting, your opinion in this matter is like really key right now. I mean, you've heard a lot of what we've brought, but I think, this needs to go back into a health and safety risk during a pandemic. So I just love to hear your point of view.
I appreciate you redirecting that. Thank you.
I think that everyone is working, and Amanda, you're working so hard on these mitigation techniques so that you can layer it and detect those students and educate the families that don't come in sick. We talk about it all the time in our office as well. I think that as you were talking about 3 feet versus 6 feet, it's really how far can we stay as distant as possible and still bring the kids in, and doing it in a very stepwise, thoughtful, slow, observant fashion so that the youngest, most vulnerable kids come in, I think is the safest way to go. I think there are risks. I do think that part of this has to be that teachers are at least receiving their first shot before this occurs. That's a crucial part of this. I'm not a political person. I was not involved with any of the phase of the vaccinations. I do, personal trainers are in phase 1. Whether that, whatever your personal opinion, whether that makes sense, and teachers are in phase 2, and then the bottom half of phase 2, I'm not sure I understand where all of this came from. Some of it makes sense, some of it clearly doesn't, but I do think that in order for teachers to feel safer about coming into the classroom, because you're right, at the kindergarten and first graders, they're not able to stay 6 feet apart from those students at all times. They have to engage with those kids, and in order to engage, sometimes you do have to be closer. So I think that's a very long way of saying that being as distant as possible, but weighing the good of the kids and the safety of the kids' families and teachers is an important kind of discussion here. Does that make sense? But the vaccination for the teachers has to be part of this. And I don't, I wish I could push all teachers up. And, I keep looking at our own office and our own vaccinations because we're giving them in our office, and how to pull those teachers in as soon as possible.
And I just want to point out one more thing, sorry, just a feedback of that, is that, we have to also think of the cause and effect of things. So, bringing in 3 feet, what is that going to do? And what is that going to do for the community as well? And that's why I think it's important that the health department speak tonight, and also Chief Archer, who wasn't able to, because what decisions happen within the school could ultimately affect the community. And I just think that we need to factor that in with the decisions as well. But thank you.
Becca, I have a question. I don't know if you even know this or have polled your teachers. Do you have any understanding of how vaccinations are going with the union members? You're on mute.
So we don't qualify for it. So unless you have a comorbidity or you are in a situation where you're able to get it, then you're not up for it.
I mean, I just know anecdotally some who have, so I didn't know if that has factored into any of your discussions yet. And I also know that it's something that is not public information. So I want to be mindful of that. But I think to have an understanding, I guess I'll look to you, Ms. Mulcahy, and Superintendent, to kind of get a handle on that, as well as what we can do to move that along. Perhaps it's Ms. Zoll was talking about something earlier, but I know that there's also been discussions about teaming up with local with other districts where, in the scheme of things, our 220 employees is a drop in the bucket compared to a lot of organizations, but perhaps there's opportunities for us to gang up with others. Let me call on you, Ms. Raymond, and then you, Ms. Buckland.
I just throwing this out there just from a, we like to take things step by step and analyzing the data to make sure what we're doing isn't having an impact on the school, isn't having an effect on the community. And so, and I'm interested in maybe Dr. D'Souza, maybe you'd weigh in on this. Right now we have kids in our classrooms, right? They're in school. We could let them be 3 feet, right? We could shift where they are and put them 3 feet together. Teachers still could be 6 feet, right? Because we have enough space to do that in each classroom. But it would be a test time in the next month without having 22 in, you'd have 10 to see, does that impact any in-school transmission among kids, right? We'd have some data. And I'm just throwing it out there that we could do that, right? And is that a better way to start than starting with every single, having all 22 in there and we're going to start with 3 feet then? Just from a numbers perspective, because obviously, like we were saying before, that Ms. Mulcahy was saying, like once we bring 22 in, the number of stuff, the whole class goes, the number of cases and contact tracing that our nurses have to do, it just goes exponentially. Where while our numbers are still in cohorts, does that make sense at all? Even maybe just even at the pre-K, K1 level.
Well, if the vote occurs tonight, the way it might be going, we have the permission to go ahead and do that.
I just didn't know from a medical perspective or like a trying to understand this. Is this gonna, because I guess what I would say we put him 3 feet and all of a sudden, Mrs. Mulcahy comes back and says, wow, like we had in-school transmission. We don't even have documentation of that yet since we've been in school, but now we get it. Right. And then that gives us data about, hey, are we making the right choice here or are we not? And that doesn't impact the teachers, right? Because the teachers could still stay 6 feet, if that makes sense. Because there's still a lot of space in the room. Does that make sense? Anybody?
I know what you're saying, but I think the closer the kids get, the more interaction the teachers are going to have with the kids, because right now they're becoming more comfortable, even at 6 feet, removing their masks or doing things. So we're being much more involved with the younger kids, trying to keep them from doing that. As they become more comfortable at 6 feet, they're thinking it's okay to get closer, to each other. To me, if I turn my back, they're right there. So I think that the point that Dr. D'Souza made about getting the vaccination in is a huge piece for teachers. And I wanted to go on to Amy's point in saying that I know that the Wakefield Teachers Union had partnered with multiple districts to get together and get their teachers vaccinated in the beginning by doing a community effort where they worked at a and so can you jump in, because you can explain it better than I.
Look, I know I talked to Ms. Hartman, who, because she volunteered at a vaccination center, was able to get vaccinated.
And I don't know if they're doing that anymore, to be honest.
Right. I mean, in theory, we shouldn't have to work to get our vaccine. We should be getting it, but that's what they did in Wakefield, and their teachers were able to get vaccinated, I think like about a month ago it happened. Wow. So.
Well, can we help with that?
Amy, I think that letter to Secretary Sutters with the teachers union.
Will you forward that to Ms. Buckland?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Okay. And Ms. Mulcahy, was that a hand raising or was that a send it to me too?
So no, I just wanted to say that this is something that I have brought up to our town multiple times, asking if what is the status on faculty and staff getting vaccinated? And because there is a vaccine shortage and the state and the federal government is not giving it to the town, it's all being disputed to the mega sites. So I know that the Board of Health and the Health Department at some point talked to a vendor company trying to come in to see if they would be able to, supply the and get the process going of vaccinating our teachers. But then it was reported to us that if we were able to do that and have a vendor come in, that is less vaccines that the state would release to our town residents. So that's what was reported to me from the health department and the Board of Health. So I just wanted to update you guys. So I don't know.
So if we prioritize, if the schools prioritize the teachers, that would make it less available for the town, is what they're saying?
That's what was reported to me when I brought this up a few times, questioning what is the plan. I'm not sure how that.
Am I committing suicide by saying, okay, so let's do it? I mean,
yeah,
like
I just want to say like that I have been looking into this, so it's not something that isn't, on my radar.
I appreciate that. Ms. Marshall, I saw your hand up earlier.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please.
I love Martha's idea of and it sounds like from Mrs. Buckland, it's kind of happening organically anyway. So, when kids are starting to get more comfortable and closer together, I think taking some data on it and really paying attention to how kids are interacting would be great, but at closer distances. But also, I think we really need to think about how to get kids back into the school longer periods of time. the parent issues are real. That's brutal. It's brutal to be working and having to teach your kid too. And then everyone's so anxious, and then there's so much angst, and then there's anger, and then you're yelling at kids for stupidest things, and I'm sure everything just feels catastrophic in some of those homes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we really do need to figure out, why aren't we keeping kids in the school longer? Like, let's let them start practicing sitting in their seats, and let's let them start practicing eating at their desks and those kinds of things, to, eating at their desks if we have to unmask them, that's a 6 foot apart kind of thing, or sitting around the room in a circle or something and talking and eating, or I don't even know. It just feels like we have to start doing it for longer periods.
Mm-hmm.
Either on your cohort day, you stay the full day, or, I know like every other Wednesday, one of the cohorts comes in. I'm not sure how that works for remote, but.
We need staff though, because we don't have people to be able to staff lunches, the kids' lunches.
That's why I think right now, that's why if we try that now, maybe we do have staff, because
we don't.
We don't have staff.
We can't even we don't even have enough staff to cover the substitutes.
So what if we created a volunteer workforce that came in and managed lunches?
Well, it's also a space issue. There's no space.
Well, we're keeping them in the classroom.
Said that. I lost who was saying that. Sorry.
Mary Beth.
The other thing is that if they stay, then the teachers aren't available to teach the remote students. That's the other obstacle.
There's like
which we're working on.
Right. It all has to be looked at, and it all has to be, it's almost like a domino, right? You can't fix one till the next one, but you can't fix that one till the next one. But somehow we have to figure it out.
And that's not for us to solve here.
Right. And a lot of that is operational and non-school committee, but at the same time, I still think these kind of discussions are helpful to the public. So I don't know if we still should have those discussions at school committee, or if there needs to be some other sort of workshop forums to do that. But it has to, those conversations have to happen.
They definitely do. But I think the reality is, I think we just need parents to understand that there is no staffing. So how do we get, and I know that Pam said that we're on that list, and I hope more than anything, my son had a medical procedure that he was in the hospital, and I didn't have anyone to cover my class. They had no one. And that broke my heart. I got on a morning meeting with them prior to taking my son for an operational procedure, because I didn't want them to be left without having teacher contact that day. So this is a real issue that we need to figure out. We need to get people in here. It's a real issue.
I hear you.
Aaron, did you write that up?
Do we have more on 3 feet, or do you guys want to entertain a motion?
Hold on, before you do that, I want to hear from Ms. Mulcahy.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to piggyback off of the snack and lunchtime. If that is something that is going to be applied into the school system, we would have to consider unmasked individuals have to be greater than 6 feet. That's like a staple that cannot really be and should not be like altered whatsoever. We're talking about droplets being in the air. If all it takes is a little child to start choking, and then those droplets are disputed. Like it's something that, which then also creates a spacing issue, and I just wanted to point that out, that that's something that would have to be worked out because people have to be greater than 6 feet. And
We
Dr.
do, have,
D'Souza can talk
we
about
do have the time of year working in our favor though, where the tents will go back up, the good weather is coming, we get people outside, we might have to alternate rows and as they're doing in some district and get kids out. So yes, we are aware of that, but we're past, I hope, the worst months of the year in terms of weather, and we do have some good weather hopefully coming our way.
Okay, so in order to get the ball rolling for you, superintendent, and your team, we need to make some decisions here. So Karen, I'm going to turn it to you.
So I am going to make a motion that we amend policy EBC-S to change wording of 6-foot social distancing to now read 3 to 6 foot social distancing. Does that make sense?
Committee? Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Discussion?
Can you read that again, Karen?
Yes, I move to amend policy EBC-S to change wording 6-foot social distancing to read 3 to 6 foot social distancing.
And what's the title of that policy?
Hey, Amy, it's the policy, that general interim policy, that COVID related things.
Okay.
It's EBC-S, like supplemental.
Okay.
And then the section she's referring to is just the section, we have like a section on like face coverings and then a section on, physical distancing, whatever. And so in the physical distancing one, we said 6. So we just would want to
be 3 to 6
that or change that.
Change
whatever.
it to 3 to 6, right?
Okay, so I have the motion. I have Suzanne seconded it. I want to make sure that John, Ted, anybody else want to speak to this?
I'm just wondering if, we had discussed that it's not going to happen.
The superintendent still has to come up with a plan.
Okay.
So this, it's not like kids are going to walk, and I think the public needs to be clear. Whoever is reporting on this on social media or the newspaper has to be clear. This does not mean, this can't be like what happened in the town next door to us, where everybody all of a sudden thought that the light was going to be switched on. But what this does is it allows the superintendent and her team to move forward with the plan where they couldn't before.
Okay.
And I also think, like, to Mrs. Raymond's point, she had a lot of success, and her teachers, the preschool teachers I'm speaking about, had a lot of success, sort of integrating those kids into the in-person learning. And those teachers, if they're comfortable starting to use 3 foot of distancing, I think that, and she's comfortable with them doing that, it's obviously operational and they can figure out how it all rolls out, but right? We're not saying don't get some things started if you're comfortable doing it.
Right, but we're just not necessarily bringing more kids in, but you can do stuff with the kids.
And it has to be agreed to by the union.
Yeah, or I don't know how all that works.
Bringing more kids in.
So but that'll be, that's all offline discussion.
I mean, and after we vote on this, we can talk about giving the superintendent a directive to like come back with a plan. I mean, if she comes back with a plan on the 10th, the next meeting, and we have to wait 2 more weeks, we're already at the beginning of April. It's like, you know.
I don't think I need a directive after tonight's meeting. I think it's.
Wait, you don't need a directive?
I don't think I need a directive.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if we don't get a plan from you till the 10th, then we still have to wait 2 weeks for, you know, the union to be notified or whatever the change, whatever that is. And that brings us,
by changing the 6-foot rule, you are loosening our hands have been tied following that 6 foot. By giving us a 3 to 6 foot, we start the work tomorrow. These conversations occur all the time.
Okay.
So there's no directive necessary.
I guess I didn't understand what triggers the 2 weeks for the MOU. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're changing, your vote tonight is notifying the union that it could change. But by doing away with the 6-foot concrete number, you are untying our hands and allowing us to move forward with plans to be creative and getting our littlest learners in.
But could is too broad. I mean, it is gonna change.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jesse said you're getting them back by the beginning of April, or there's going to be consequences.
Yeah,
we have no choice, but there doesn't need to be a directive. You untie our hands with the 6-foot policy, we start the work tomorrow.
And I think, I mean, just to answer Suzanne's question, the union could be notified at any point. It doesn't have to be via a school committee meeting.
Right. No. And they're part of the discussions.
Okay.
Right.
That's all. I guess that's what I want to know. It doesn't have to be via a school committee meeting. How about I'm comfortable with this, but I also just keep thinking about adult 6 feet is sort of, not, still requiring adults to have their lunch breaks 6 feet apart or outdoors, right? And this is about.
I almost included that, Suzanne, and then
I was just thinking, is this about kid social distancing?
Well, that's what I
guess actually I actually like this. We'll just leave it flexible because I think we have to talk about, 3 feet at the high school is like that. I mean, the high school students are basically adults. So, maybe that's not, we don't want to consider that yet.
Yeah. Remember, the date for elementary is set in stone the first week of April. Middle school and high school are going to be tentative dates, and lunch guidance and exemplars are coming down the pike. So all of this is coming together at a perfect time. And
okay, so I am.
So Amy, I just have one quick question here. Just as far as additional clarity, we may not need it, but to what Karen had said, do we need to say 3 to 6 radius just for additional clarity? Does that add anything to this, just from a clarity perspective, or is it clear enough as it is?
Didn't have radius on the 6 foot.
I think it's fine.
All right.
I think it's pretty.
Yeah, it wasn't there before, but just
Amanda, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, on what? I kind of zoned out. I apologize.
That's okay. The addition of the word radius, or is 3 to 6 explicit enough?
No, I think 3 to 6 is perfectly fine.
It sounds like it's also in keeping with other language.
It's keeping in with the language from DESE.
Okay.
But I think you should probably factor in maybe the clause of like when capable, or when, as DESE worded it, I would take the wording from DESE basically saying, I'm sorry, I just don't have it in front of me, but it says the 3 to 6 feet, but 6 feet is still preferable.
And you guys stated you're not going to do pool testing. I can't remember. But did you, even moving to 3 feet, what was your decision on that? I was unclear on that. I zoned out.
I believe that 2 weeks ago, or perhaps a month ago, we were talking about the pool testing and the cost, how it is cost prohibitive. Is that correct? Superintendent Ms. Mulcahy?
Yes, and I know Ms. Zoll spoke earlier about using our ESSER funds, and I'm not going to be using our ESSER funds for $20,000 to $30,000 a week to do pool testing, but I will be talking at the March 10th meeting about doing the Buy Next Now testing with Ms. Mulcahy and Dr. D'Souza have been working really hard on that. And the other piece to that is there was something else that Ms. Zoll brought up, that it's actually been extended. It was originally till March 28th that DESE would support it. Now it's through April 18th. It's not just about cost prohibitive, it's about capacity to manage, staffing to manage something like that. And we could spend ESSER funds on that. We just felt that the Buy Next Now testing is better for our district. And I will be speaking more about that at March 10th.
Well, and it also occurs to me, based on some of the things that Ms. Mulcahy was saying in terms of testing, and, you know, if you are 3 feet, you know, the amount of contact tracing, that, you know, that may mean that we need resources to help do that. Because I know the team is stretched pretty thin to begin with. So I would say from a budget perspective, to bring all possibilities forward so that we can figure out as a group what makes sense and where the money would come from. You know, in other words, let's not look at something and be like, oh, that's too expensive.
But it is, and it's capacity of
I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm talking about in more broadly about whatever plans you bring forward over the next week or so.
Yep.
Can we call the motion?
You want to call the question?
Yeah, just about what Ms. Mulcahy was saying about the CDC language. It doesn't really fit here because it says 6 feet apart, like the desk, everything should be spaced 3 to 6 feet apart when feasible. And it doesn't really make sense because when it's not feasible, can it be closer? Like it just doesn't, the language, the language is sort of weird using the range. It just says at least 6 feet apart when feasible. Just
Suzanne, I was going to make that exact point, so thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, so it should just be 3 to 6 feet.
I love my policy wonks.
Right.
All right, let's vote.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question, and it's a roll call vote. Karen, since you crafted it, I will call on you first.
Yes.
Ted?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Motion passes unanimously. So you've got your marching orders, Superintendent.
That's right.
And team, we know.
Okay. Is there more, or should we move along?
Do you want to see if any of the people that didn't do you want public comment again? Do you want anything?
No, I was going to hold it at the end to have it more broadly.
All right.
But thanks for raising it.
I just know people wanted to speak.
Do you see somebody there now?
I see 2 hands, but I mean, yeah, I agree with you. Wait, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I think it's really important that this is our meeting, and I know people, I know people get upset when they don't get to speak, but you know, you open public comment, you held it for 20 minutes. This is our meeting. And so we are the people that should be speaking the most anyway.
And please, to whomever did not get a chance to talk, please feel free to email us. We have received a lot of emails, read them all and appreciate them.
In addition, are we saving the chat tonight?
Yeah.
No,
we have to.
No,
well,
because
don't we have to?
No, because it's not something we participated in.
Okay.
No. Okay, so I'm going to move this along and turn this over to our Director of Finance, Ms. Seibert, please. If anybody, we always love having you stay with us, but if you want to take off, as it's now 10:40, 10:50, I will, no one will be offended. Thank you. I really appreciate your attendance in all of this. It was important to have you here.
Actually, Madam Chair, it's the school calendar first, the first read of the school calendar, if I could chime in.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I don't know if somebody wants to pull it up. I am just looking at a hard copy. I will just walk you through it. Dr. Bacon worked on this with a calendar committee, and can somebody pull it up?
I'm getting it.
Okay.
I can find it.
So typically we do a first read of the proposed calendar for the next school year, and then at the next meeting, a vote would be requested if anything changed. I am going to read it to you, although I don't.
At some point.
What? Okay. I don't.
Oh, sorry. Why didn't it? Oh, here it is.
I don't like to read it, but I'm going to. So we are proposing August 2021. The first day for staff is on August 30th. And then the first day for pre-K in grades 1 through 12 would be on the 31st. Kindergarten screening is proposed to take place on August 31st through September 2nd. And therefore, the first day for kindergartners would be September 9th, because we have no school the day before Labor Day. We have no school on Labor Day. And unfortunately, it breaks up our calendar that following Labor Day, Rosh Hashanah is the 7th and 8th of September. So that's a really slow start for us.
Yeah, that's very early this year.
It's very, very slow. And I just want to highlight that. So basically we'll be out of school from Friday the 3rd until Thursday the 9th. So that's almost a week that we lose there. Wow. And then we have Yom Kippur on the 16th. Moving into October 11th.
Wait a second. What day do we, what's the first day of school for the whole district?
The 31st.
The red,
wow.
The red. And so they basically come in for 3 days and have a week off.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Wow. Rosh Hashanah.
Honestly, why aren't those just professional development days and we start school on the 10th or the 9th?
Because the contract says they have stipulates how many professional development days.
But isn't that a good use of where our professional development days are? Like, why can't we stack them?
But we have people that celebrate, and according to the contract, they.
Oh, it can't be on the.
Yeah, we can't.
Oh my God.
You can't have development days on Rosh Hashanah.
No, I'm not talking about doing in the. Why can't the
on the 30th
be in the 30th, or the 30th, 31st, 1st and 2nd, and students in on the 10th, and then let's make up those days somewhere else.
The contract stipulates that they have, at the beginning of the year, they get one professional development day. It dictates, it does how many full professional development days they get. Jean, feel free to chime in here.
No, I get it's better probably just to disperse them. I hate that. That's crazy.
No, it's a very difficult start.
Well, I would imagine that it's going to make a lot of parents make a decision about not attending the first day of school.
Or the 2nd or the 3rd day of school when you can stay on vacation all the way to the 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't use it as professional development days. They just start late and later make it up somewhere else.
Jean has her hand up. I need the committee to understand that we're bound by contract on some of these issues. They have a collective bargaining agreement, and we can't just change things without bargaining them. But Dr. Bacon?
Got it.
That's all I was going to say, is that the contract has 2 full professional development days in it, one of which has to occur before the beginning of school. So the most that we could do is maybe move the 2nd one to the beginning of school, but then students would only be in 1 day and then have a week off.
Right.
So it's better to have them in 3 days than 1.
It's an awful schedule. It's an awful schedule for students, staff, and families.
Or maybe all of the district has the time off and we just start in on the 10th.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Or the 9th, rather, the 9th.
But I think that's also stipulated in the contract.
It is stipulated in the contract. The timing of Labor Day and when the school year begins is
because so that they end at a certain time.
It's stipulated by the collective bargaining agreement.
Is it worth having the conversation with them?
Sure.
And by worth it, I mean.
Do you think that would be good for the kids in the district?
And probably even the teachers would want that.
I would say we could call the bargaining, we could try to bargain, impact bargain.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should ask them if it's something that they would be open to, and like, it's not something I would argue about, or, you know, like, it's not like, it's not a sword I want to die on, but I think it's worth asking.
Like for them to work the 1st and 2nd and then have the first day of school on the 9th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, next year is going to be,
Kind of screwed.
yeah, kids coming back for the first time for real, and we don't want to do it all.
Or we keep it like that they have their first day in convocation on the 30th. And then, or the 31st, and then everybody's got that 1st, 2nd, 3rd off.
But don't forget, we have to do kindergarten screening too.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna delay the kindergarten start by another 3 days, so they won't even get in on the 9th now. They'll get in on the following Monday or Tuesday, which is like the, whatever that is, like it's way out now.
Is that awful?
Because you need 2 days after the screening to figure it out?
Need 3 days to screen.
Oh.
So if we screen those 3 days, those kids will, you know, I know it's a wait, but at least they'll start right after after Yom Kippur. If we don't do that, then they're going to start even after that next weekend.
But you also need to look at the end date. With the 5 snow days next year, you're looking at June 27th.
Yeah, that's late.
That's very, very late. We can't go into July. If you add 3 days, you're now looking at June 30th, and the 4th of July weekend is right there.
There's your answer. There's the
okay,
answer.
we had to ask all these questions though.
No, I think it's great. It's a terrible start.
This is ridiculous. It's horrible.
But perhaps when we release the final, that we can put an explanation with it about the fact that we recognize that this is not how we would like to design a calendar.
No, it's a very, very challenging start. Moving on to October, we have Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day on the 11th. There's an early release day on the 13th for professional learning. And then we have elementary conferences on the 20th. Some parents had come forward and said, you know, with the schedule this year, why are the early release days not on Wednesdays? And at the time it was the remote learning. So we have some, it looks like, in looking through this earlier, it looks like we have Wednesdays. On the 27th of October, we have elementary parent conferences, 5 to 8 p.m. In November is the election day that we take that second full professional development day to try to avoid any kind of voting within the schools, which we're also trying to get moved out of middle school. We're working with the town and trying to move that out. On the 11th, we observe Veterans Day, so we're closed. On the 17th, the high school has an early release day for afternoon and evening conferences. And on the 24th is a noon dismissal. We don't serve lunch for the Thanksgiving break. And then on the 30th, the middle school has early release for parent conferences in the afternoon and evening. In December, there's an early release day for parent conferences at the middle school on December 2nd. On December 8th, we have an early release day, some professional development going on, some parent conferences at the middle school. And then the 23rd is a noon dismissal the day before Christmas Eve. And then the holiday break is the 24th through the 31st. And we come back on January 3rd.
Well, I guess the good news is that the Christmas holiday is not 2 weeks this year like it was last year. So we may get forward a little bit there.
January 12th is another professional learning day. The 17th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. February 9th is an early release day for professional learning. And then we have the February break on the 21st through the 25th. March, we have professional learning day on the 9th and elementary conferences on the 30th. So that's a release day for elementary. On April 6th, we have evening conferences. And then we are closed for Good Friday on the 15th, which ties into the April break the following week. In May, we have an early release day for professional learning on May 11th, and then we're closed for Memorial Day on May 30th. Moving into June, early release day, 12 p.m. dismissal on the last 2 days of school. Right now, they are scheduled for 16 and 17, 17th being the last day of school. Juneteenth falls on Sunday, June 19th, so it is being observed as a holiday. On the 20th, there would be no school there, and then also an early release on the 24th. Wait a minute, school year staff early release, no lunch served. Oh, if there's 5 snow days. But why are there 2 here, Dr. Bacon? Do you know?
Because the last 2 days of school are.
Oh, right. If we had the 5 days, the last 2
Right.
days would be the 24th and the 27th. Sorry about that. I had a.
Oh, so the Juneteenth is also a new thing this year, correct?
It is a new thing this year.
Yeah.
Yes. But that is extremely late.
Yeah.
Extremely late.
Well, particularly how the calendar is falling. I do have one question because I want to make sure we don't fall into the trap again. A few years ago, we had issues with the Jewish holidays and we had shortened one of them. I see that there are 2 in one. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking out loud.
I just want to remind any new committee members or I guess explain to new committee members that several years ago we had, I did call a meeting with all the rabbis in town. I had a really great meeting with them, and the importance of these holidays in our community is significant, and they actually advocated for more holidays in our school calendar, not just the Jewish holidays. But it was a great conversation, and the significance and importance of keeping these in our calendar in our community, I know communities are doing away with them, was really important, and that discussion did occur. So I think it's important for the community to know I did have that conversation several years ago, and we've maintained these holidays in our calendar.
All right. So we'll vote on this the next time.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I hate to do this to you at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
But we can't put this off.
No, it's all right. And because town meeting, special town meeting is Monday evening, and I'm prepared to speak about this with brevity. So
well, I think ultimately that's really all we needed, but I just didn't want there to be, obviously we all have our warrants, and so we have had we've seen it, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't go by without a discussion at the school committee.
Yeah, so there is a warrant article number 3, which is to increase the funding for the feasibility study. I think it's important to note that the contract with LBA did not include certain items, and those items are important to the overall cost estimation process. And these items are what we're looking to have the funding cover. It includes geotech and geoenvironmental, which is actually work on the property at the Stanley site. It includes test pits and borings, and really is going to help locate where there may be some bedrock and doing bedrock mapping. It includes site survey, which includes some offsite areas for connections and traffic improvements. And it also includes more traffic studies, which are all 3 of these things are very important. We've heard the community speak about they want more information, and having these additional sites, these additional surveys and studies done will help us answer some of those questions from the community. I think it's important to note, and I didn't have a chance to draft an email yet to the town administrator and the chair of the select board and chair of the finance committee and our chair here at the school committee. Our OPM has done a fantastic job, and I don't want to say found a loophole, but really kept pushing the MSBA on the fact that they weren't reimbursing us for any part of the feasibility study because they had funded a previous feasibility study. And after much discussion and much back and forth, the MSBA, and this is unprecedented, they haven't done this before, have agreed to a reimbursement for a limited reimbursement for part of the feasibility, the part of only the schematic design phase. And so I had a meeting with the MSBA on Tuesday earlier this week. Actually, it was Tuesday, Wednesday. The days are all the same now, so many Zoom calls. But we're finalizing what portion of the feasibility study will be reimbursable and finalizing the rate. So I think it's important for the committee and the community at large to know that we really are doing our best to get reimbursement and keep the project moving along. I don't know if there are any specific questions, if I've covered enough of it, or if there are more specific questions that I can help answer. I do know that the Finance Committee is aware of the warrant article, and I believe that I've already seen the motion, and they've recommended to support it. So,
Anybody?
Sorry, I completely froze there for a second. I
Sure.
don't really have any questions, but who is going to speak at town meeting? People are inevitably going to ask, why did we not ask for the right amount of money the first time? Like, who is going to?
So Karen, maybe Katie Porter Roberts is going to speak. I'm not exactly 100% sure right now, but it's not really a question of not asking for the right amount of money. We sort of did. I mean, the contract was negotiated down a little bit because we thought we could use the site study stuff from 2014, and we thought maybe there was some talk about the town picking up some of the traffic stuff that was off-site that needed to be done, or that investigation, right? So there was like stuff that was done that we sort of added on. The MSBA wants more current site stuff. In addition to that, even though the Stanley site was looked at once, just the field was looked at. And now that we decided to explore that whole site, as the new site of the school, it hasn't been looked at the right way. And so we're doing this because the more data we get right now, the better our cost estimates are going to be, and the less surprises we're going to have later. So it's sort of, I mean, I think we have answers for those kind of questions about why didn't we ask for enough?
Yeah, I mean, because I get it, but
Yeah. No, I think, does that make sense to you? Because I think it was really expensive, right? We spent a lot of money on this on our own dime since we failed before. So we have to hand it to Vivian for really going at the MSBA and getting some reimbursement for this too. So it's really, we're just asking the town at this point, we're asking them to front us the money that the MSBA is going to reimburse. So, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not sure who's going to answer all those questions other than me and Martha.
All right.
Great, thank you.
You
always save me to the end, Amy. It's fantastic.
No, we moved you forward before. This was a crazy night. So a consent agenda is designed to expedite the handling of routine and miscellaneous business of the district. The school committee may adopt the entire consent agenda with one motion. At the request of any committee member, any item can be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda for discussion. Tonight, we have two things. We have our session minutes from February 10th of 2021, and we have warrant number 2131 and 2133. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Ted has made the motion. Second?
I'll second.
Suzanne. Any discussion? Roll call vote. John?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Ted?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously. Before I adjourn, I really want to say thank you to.
Wait, how about the public comment? Anyone? Do you want to?
It's 11. It's 10 after 11.
Okay.
I'm completely maxed, and my inbox is full of public comments. So,
Amy, I do have something that I'd like to speak on.
Okay.
Thank you. After 9 years of being on the Swampscott School Committee, my immediate family and I have decided I'm not going to seek another term. I'd like to thank the voters of the Swampscott and having confidence in electing me to serve 3 terms on the committee and be a voice for the educational community. I've held the position of being on the school committee incredibly close to my heart. I've enjoyed the privilege of representing the future leaders of our community, and my decisions were always based on the best interests for our children and the fiduciary responsibility of the district. I feel privileged for the opportunity to have worked with members of the district on every level, and Swampscott has many dedicated, hardworking people, and I applaud each one of you. I, as well as many of my family, are products of this district. We all love the Big Blue. My oldest son is pursuing a doctorate at Michigan State. My daughter is a recent college graduate working in the mental health field. And lastly, my youngest is a student at Swampscott Middle School. I want to thank my family who have assisted me in many ways during my tenure. Early meetings, several meetings in a week, and even long lasting meetings are the norms. Not to mention that you take the time to speak with parents and listen to their concerns. My wife Candace has been a huge supporter of mine during these 9 years, and I wouldn't have been able to serve these years without her support and understanding. Thank you, Candace. I've worked with many hard, dedicated school committee members, past and present, over the years. We may not have agreed on every issue, but we respected others' viewpoints and attempted to see what was best for the whole child. I also would like to thank Mike Jalbert for his help during my time on the committee. He was my campaign manager and treasurer. I stood by my decisions and always had incredible insight. The remaining money in my campaign account, $2,323.58, will be donated to the district in Mike's father's name, Robert Jalbert. Robert perished during the attacks on 9/11. It is my sincere hope that this donation highlights his legacy and the sacrifice his family made. While I'm stepping away from my seat at the school committee, be employed by the town as a detective, I will continue to help our town and, more importantly, the children. Many thanks to Sue Duplin for her reminders and adhering to campaign finance law. The town is lucky to have such a professional. I've witnessed firsthand many accomplishments made by our student body. I've had a front row seat in watching amazing students grow, share their stories, and demonstrate the commitment to their studies. It does not take a village, it takes a strong dedication from all. We are blue ribbon great. I've made many friends, I've lost a few, and I make this announcement early enough for people can get their papers and enjoy what I have. Thank you.
Sad.
Yeah.
I'm so sad that this is happening at 11:12 at night and that there's not more people to hear those really beautiful words.
Me too. Me too.
We continue on.
9 years is a long time.
It
Yes.
won't be the same.
No, it won't be the same.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's all good. We'll do good things.
Oh, Ted, I have really, I mean, it's not over yet. We'll still grind you down a little bit, but I've really enjoyed working with you.
Tonight grind me down enough. I think we're all right.
Did you just write that? Did you write that during the meeting?
I know, right?
That was really great. Really well written.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great, Ted. Oh, sad.
Thank you.
Get your papers.
Well, this seems very unceremonious, but I'm gonna call this meeting adjourned. I'm gonna say, Ted, we're gonna miss you dearly, but completely understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
And I want to say a big thank you to the superintendent, to Dr. Bacon, to Ms. Mulcahy, Ms. Shea, Ms. Seibert, Ms. Raymond. Thank you for being on so late. This was yeoman's work, so thank you.
night.
It's 11:14. If I have I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make it.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Ted,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Karen. And me as a yes, so we are adjourned at 11:14 PM. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Still recording. Hold on.
Okay, I just stopped it.
Oh, you did? All right.